I accidentally discovered that my sisters seemed to remember their previous lives. My eldest sister, the CEO, who had always been cold toward me, gave me a black card and told me to spend whatever I wanted. My second sister, who used to treat me like a plague, even came to ask me to act in her movie. Even my third sister, who hated me the most, openly declared, "I'd like to see who dares hurt my little brother." They seemed to know that the fake young master they had always spoiled rotten would one day join forces with outsiders and get them killed, while I would sell my kidney and blood to help them rebuild everything. But it was already too late. Given another chance at life, Ace swore they would protect their real little brother this time. The woman moved with her usual whirlwind energy, rushing straight here almost the moment she got off the plane. The instant she stepped into the villa and saw that frail figure, she finally let out a breath of relief. Thank God she had made it in time. Thank God everyone was still here. The moment Ryan saw Olivia, it was as though he'd finally found someone to rely on. His eyes reddened as he rushed toward her. He tugged on her sleeve and complained pitifully, "Olivia, you're finally back. Look at Ethan. He hit me, and Dad and Mom won't even defend me." When Olivia heard Ryan accuse me of hitting him, her brows furrowed, and her expression changed when she saw the injuries on his face. Then she pushed Ryan away from where he was clutching her sleeve, and suddenly pulled me into her arms, hugging me tightly against her chest. "Ethan, thank God. Thank God you're still alive." While I stood there, frozen in shock, Olivia took my hand, turning it over again and again with obvious concern. "Ethan, are you an idiot? We have so many servants in this house. Are they all useless? Why did you have to hit him yourself? Did you hurt your hand? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Ryan wasn't the only one stunned by the scene in front of us. Even I was dumbfounded, while Ryan stared at us, his bloodshot eyes filled with vicious jealousy. His face twisted like a demon's. "Olivia, Ethan was the one who hit me. He attacked me first." Olivia's cold expression didn't soften in the slightest. "Ethan is far too sensible. He would never hit someone for no reason. You must have provoked him," Olivia said with overwhelming authority. When those words came out of her mouth, not a single person there dared argue. "How can you all treat me like this?" No matter how spoiled Ryan was, he was still just a kid. And being humiliated in front of so many people made him feel as though he'd completely lost face. He stormed upstairs in a rage. Olivia immediately replaced her icy expression with a gentle one, without a trace of the terrifying presence she'd shown moments earlier. She looked at me with tenderness and ruffled my hair. "Be good. Don't be afraid. I'll always be on your side and protect you." When I came downstairs the next morning, everyone was already waiting for me at the dining table. The moment Ryan saw me coming down, his face lit up warmly. "Ethan, morning." His overly affectionate tone made me frown, but I still nodded. "Oh, right, Ethan. Dad and Mom were just asking which high school you want to attend. Some of my classmates go to the affiliated high school. If you decide to go there, I can ask them to look after you," Ryan said with a raised brow. "I'm not going to the affiliated high school. I want to attend Kingston High," I said firmly. The moment those words left my mouth, everyone's eyes widened. Ryan let out a cold laugh, then pretended to be helpful as he said, "Ethan, Kingston High isn't a school you can just walk into." When Emily and I were preparing for the entrance exam, we studied until after midnight every day for an entire year. Hearing that, I looked up at him with undisguised mockery in my eyes. "Really, then the two of you must be pretty stupid." Ryan's neck turned red with anger. I ignored his fury, set down the bowl in my hand, and looked at Olivia. "I've already decided I'm going to Kingston High. Don't worry, I'll get in with my own ability." Seeing how certain I was, Olivia nodded. "All right, I believe in you." After we arrived at the school, the principal, mindful of the Bennett family's wealth and influence, set aside an entire classroom just for me to take the entrance test. I glanced over the questions, then picked up my pen and started answering rapidly. The test was supposed to last 4 hours, but after only 1 hour, I put down my pen. "I'm done, ma'am. I'd like to turn in my test. Don't you want to keep working or check your answers first?" I curled my lips into a faint smile. "Thank you, but there's no need. My score should be enough." The proctor frowned and picked up my test paper, only to be stunned. I'd answered only the questions at the beginning, leaving more than half the rest completely blank. and I called that enough. The proctor, Ms. Laura Miller, graded papers quickly. At first she thought I didn't stand a chance. But the more she graded, the more surprised she became. And soon, that surprise turned into complete shock, although I'd answered relatively few questions. Every single answer was correct. It was the same for every subject. By the time she finished calculating everything, my score was exactly 600. Not 1 point more, not 1 point less. Ms. Miller clutched my test papers and approached me with a bright smile, clearly eager to negotiate. Ethan, you did very well. You've already passed the cutoff score. Would you be interested in joining my Class B? I looked leisurely at Ms. Miller. Sorry, ma'am. I want to join Class A. The principal immediately beamed and agreed. Of course, of course. Ethan can join whichever class he wants. Ms. Miller, go contact Mr. Carter right away and tell him there's going to be a new student in his class. Ms. Miller looked visibly disappointed. In the faculty office, Mr. Daniel Carter looked at me when I came to report to him, and his expression instantly turned cold. Do you know what the average score in my class? Well, is every year. It's 690, and we've maintained that for 5 consecutive years. I just did the math. With your 600 added in, our overall average drops to 660. Do you understand what level that is? That's the average score of Class C. We're Class A. He snapped angrily, jabbing his finger hard against the desk, making repeated thudding sounds. I wasn't affected by his anger at all. Instead, I looked at him calmly. What if I can raise your class's average score? Mr. Carter burst out laughing when he heard that. Anyone can brag. 700, huh? If you can actually score 700, I'll make you class president. My expression remained calm. I raised my head and glanced toward the security camera not far away. I hope you remember what you just said. Don't go back on your word later. Mr. Carter rolled his eyes dramatically. But no matter how unwilling he was, it was still the principal's order, so he had no choice but to take me to his classroom. The moment I followed Mr. Carter into the room, the previously quiet classroom erupted into whispers. Seeing his class descend into disorder, Mr. Carter frowned angrily and slammed his hand against the teacher's desk. What's all the noise about? Quiet down. This is our new transfer student. Then he turned around and spoke to me as I stood behind him. All right, stop standing there. Go take one of the empty seats in the back. From beginning to end, he didn't even bother introducing my name. His tone was full of disdain. I couldn't have cared less. If he wasn't going to introduce me, that saved me the trouble of speaking. I swept my gaze across the classroom and froze when I spotted a familiar figure. He had a face that looked almost 80% like mine. At that moment, she sat with her arms folded, staring defiantly at me. Her eyes filled with blatant disdain and mockery. That was probably the original Ethan's sixth sister, Emily. I turned away and chose a secluded, quiet seat in the corner by the window. The moment I sat down, the phone in my backpack vibrated. I pulled it out and saw a voice message from Olivia. Without thinking, I tapped it. Her crisp voice immediately filled the entire classroom. Ethan, behave yourself and pay attention in class. I'm heading back now. You and Emily are in the same class. If there's anything you don't understand, ask your sixth sister. Emily, look after your little brother. The entire class heard the message, and everyone turned toward Emily in shock. They're siblings. Emily's face instantly darkened. Without hesitation, she denied it. What are you all looking at? I only have one little brother, and that's Ryan. Just because someone has the last name Bennett doesn't mean they're part of our family. Her childish, sulky tone left me completely speechless. I didn't argue or explain. I simply lowered my head and replied to Olivia with a few brief messages, then turned off my phone and stuffed it back into my backpack. After that, I took out my books and prepared for class. Just then, the bell rang. I looked at the writing on the blackboard. I casually started working through the problems. But less than 10 minutes into the lesson, I was already frowning. I could barely stand listening anymore. The problem was ridiculously simple. Why was he taking so long to explain it? Wasn't the answer obvious at a glance? Besides, the method he was teaching was the most tedious way to solve it. There was clearly a much easier solution. I really couldn't listen any longer, so I pulled out a book for another subject from my desk and decided to study on my own. At least that would keep me from falling asleep. Emily watched me finish flipping through one book, only to immediately pick up another. and finally couldn't stand it anymore. She took a deep breath and snapped coldly, "Can you actually pay attention in class?" Her voice interrupted the rhythm of the poem I was reading in my literature book. I frowned. "Can you stop talking during class?" Just then, an angry shout came from the front of the classroom. "Ethan Bennett, why are you talking during class? Stand up and answer this question." I rose to my feet expressionlessly and glanced at the problem displayed on the board. The next second, I opened my mouth. The answer is the square root of 1/2. The moment I said that, the entire classroom fell into an eerie silence. Even Mr. Carter, who had clearly been waiting for me to get it wrong, so he could tear into me, was forced to swallow the words already on the tip of his tongue. He frowned, then opened the answer key in his hand and discovered I was actually correct. Were you secretly using your phone to look up the answer during class? When you're taking an exam, don't tell me. You're planning to bring your phone in and search for the answers then too. Mr. Carter's gaze turned sharp, and the more he spoke, the more convinced he became that it was possible. His tone inevitably grew much more cutting and sarcastic, curing what he said. My expression gradually darkened. A sharp glint flashed through my eyes. "Sir, where's your evidence?" Mr. Carter froze. "What evidence?" I curled my lips into a faint smile. "The evidence that I used my phone to look up the answer. You sounded so certain just now, when you gave me that whole lecture. So I assume you must have actually seen me using my phone. Which means you must have evidence, right?" Mr. Carter was instantly left speechless. Fortunately for him, the bell rang at that exact moment, breaking the standoff between us. Mr. Carter glared at me with a twisted expression, then stormed out of the classroom. The moment our classmates saw what had happened, the entire room erupted. Just then, a girl wearing glasses who sat in front of me turned around and suddenly asked, "Ethan, judging by Mr. Carter's expression just now, you must have gotten that problem right. Could you explain it to me?" I blinked and nodded, of course. I took out a sheet of paper and a pen, and as carefully as I could, walked them through the problem step by step. 3 minutes later, the students gathered around me. All showed expressions of sudden understanding, while our side of the classroom buzzed with lively chatter. On the other side, the atmosphere was so gloomy it felt like the apocalypse had arrived. Emily slammed the pen in her hand onto the desk. How the hell did he solve it? Why do I keep getting the wrong answer no matter what I do? Just then, a sudden crash rang out. Oh, bang. The classroom's back door was kicked open. A tall, beautiful girl walked in carrying her school uniform jacket. With a dark expression on her face, she strode over to Emily's desk on her long legs, lowered her head, and glanced at the math worksheet Emily was working on, before blurting out, "The answer is right there. I can tell the answer just by glancing at this problem. Only an idiot would spend this long on it." Emily was already in a bad mood, and after being provoked like that, her entire face immediately darkened. She sneered, "Really? If I'm the idiot who ranks first in the entire grade, then what kind of trash does that make someone who can only rank second?" Jessica gritted her teeth so hard they nearly cracked, and glared at her furiously. "Don't get cocky. First place will be mine sooner or later." Emily let out a mocking laugh, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Yeah, sure. Scenes like this apparently happen in the classroom almost every day." Ryan frowned as he leaned against the window and looked around again and again, but still couldn't find any sign of me coming to his classroom. He couldn't help curling his lips into a smile. The entrance exam should have ended a long time ago, and I still hadn't shown up. I must have failed and been kicked out by the principal. Serves him right. At the school entrance, a silver and black Rolls-Royce gleamed brilliantly beneath the sunlight. Inside the car, an breathtakingly beautiful woman stared out the window with a deep frown, occasionally lowering her gaze to check the watch on her wrist. Her assistant, Sophia, noticed how anxiously the CEO kept frowning and rubbed her nose before saying softly, "Ms. Walker, Ethan still has another half hour before school lets out. If you're really worried, why don't I send him a message? Tell him to come out as soon as school ends." Claire Walker's cold eyes shifted toward her, and her thin lips parted. "Who said I'm waiting for him?" Sophia didn't know how to respond. Before long, school was dismissed, and students poured happily out of the building. Ryan immediately spotted the luxury car parked outside the school. His eyes lit up, and under everyone's disbelieving gazes, he slowly walked over and knocked on the car window. Sophia heard the knock and curiously looked outside. A handsome teenage boy's face came into view. Could it be that this was the boy her boss had been waiting for? "Ms. Walker, should I open the door?" But when Sophia looked up, she saw Claire's expression, overflowing with obvious disgust. Sophia immediately pulled her hand away from the door, then shrank into her seat and tried to make herself invisible. Ryan knocked for quite a while, but there was no response from inside. So he cleared his throat, gently. "Ms. Walker, are you in there? It's Ryan. We met at the Bennett house last night." There was still nothing but silence, just as Ryan found himself stuck in an awkward situation. A disdainful young woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Why are you knocking on my family's car?" He turned around and saw Jessica Walker walking out of school with her backpack. Ryan visibly relaxed when he saw her and smiled. "Miss Walker, our driver had something come up today and couldn't pick me up. Would you mind giving me a ride?" Jessica answered coldly, "Number." Then she raised her hand and banged loudly on the car window, shouting, "Open the door. I'm dying from the heat." "Hurry up and open it." Sophia sat inside. But without an order from Claire, she didn't dare move at all. Claire sat in the back seat with a slight frown, her fingers lightly tracing the face of the watch on her left wrist, completely ignoring the window being pounded beside her. As calm as ever, then something seemed to catch the corner of her eye, and the tension in her lips softened into an involuntary smile. She raised a hand to straighten a scarf around her neck, then smoothed down the hem of her skirt, before finally saying, "Open the door." Sophia froze, then hurriedly replied, "Yes, Ms. Walker." Jessica was just about to climb into the car when she saw the stern-looking woman in the back seat. She had already stretched one long leg inside, only to hurriedly pull it back. "Claire, you're here too." She had assumed only the driver had come to pick her up. She hadn't expected her eldest sister to come as well. Then she watched her eldest sister step out of the car on her long legs, walk straight past her without the slightest hesitation, and slowly head into the distance. Meanwhile, I was staring irritably at Ryan, who had blocked my path. Ryan had just been firmly rejected by Jessica, and the humiliation had left him embarrassed. He was trying to figure out how to leave, when he suddenly caught sight of me walking out of the school with my backpack. He immediately forgot all about his embarrassment and rushed over in shock to stop me. "How are you coming out of Kingston High?" I had been completely absorbed in my own thoughts and nearly jumped out of my skin when someone suddenly appeared and interrupted me. My face instantly darkened. "Move." Ryan shuddered under my bone-chillingly cold gaze and instinctively started to step aside. But the moment he remembered that this supposedly useless guy in front of him had somehow gotten into Kingston High, his retreating footsteps immediately stopped. He stepped closer with a smile. "Ethan, I was just too surprised. Don't take it personally." "But Ethan, weren't your grades always terrible? How did you manage to get into Kingston High? You didn't secretly sneak inside, did you?" Ryan's deliberately affected voice was so shrill, it nearly made my ears ring. I took half a step back to put some distance between us. "What's it to you?" When Ryan saw me turn to leave, he hurried after me. "Ethan, don't walk so fast. I know you wanted to get into Kingston High, to make Dad and Mom happy, but you still can't do something as underhanded as sneaking into the school if you really want to study hard. I can tutor you. Don't worry. As long as you take my tutoring seriously, you can definitely get into a pretty decent college." I stopped walking and looked expressionlessly at Ryan, who had been following close behind me. Then I asked with an amused smile, "You tutor me? Then tell me, how many points can you score right now?" 750. Ryan's face instantly turned unbelievably ugly. He forced a stiff smile. "Haha, Ethan, you really know how to joke. The total score is only 750. I smiled. "You can't even score 750. And you still have the nerve to say you'll tutor me. Forget it." Hearing that, the students passing nearby couldn't help bursting into laughter. Ryan's eyes reddened from the humiliation. He looked as though he was about to cry. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he'd suffered some terrible injustice. Emily happened to walk out just in time to see this scene. Ryan's eyes were red, and he looked pitiful and helpless, while I stood there watching coldly, looking completely indifferent. Without even thinking, Emily stepped in front of Ryan and glared coldly at me. Her voice was vicious. "Did you bully Ryan?" I looked at Emily, who had suddenly appeared in front of me, and raised an eyebrow. "Which eye of yours saw me bullying him?" Emily clenched her fists. Ryan is crying. And you still dare deny it. At that moment, Ryan's eyes were red. And he sniffled as he tugged on Emily's sleeve. Emily, don't blame Ethan. He didn't mean it. Hearing that, I couldn't help clicking my tongue. What an Oscar-worthy performance. Ryan had lived with the sisters in the Bennett family for so long that naturally he knew each of their personalities and knew exactly what to do to manipulate them. Sure enough, the moment I made that pointed remark, Emily's expression immediately turned furious. Ethan Bennett, apologize to Ryan right now. I sneered. Why should I? Emily hated the way I looked at her, with that cold, indifferent gaze. During the day, I had still been polite to everyone. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she blurted out, if you don't apologize, then from now on, you're not my little brother. For an instant, the atmosphere around us froze. I slowly lifted my eyes toward her. The light that had once been there was gone. Now my eyes were like a lifeless pool of freezing water, filled with bone-chilling indifference. I hadn't moved at all. Yet Emily suddenly felt as though between the two of us, there was now an uncrossable chasm. After a long silence, my lips finally moved, and my voice came out calm. Fine, then I'm not. If that's how you feel, then stay away from me from now on. I don't want to see any of you either. With that, I turned and walked away. Emily felt as though something was lodged in her chest, unable to rise or fall, making her unbearably uncomfortable, especially when she remembered the icy look I'd just given her. Her heart seemed to suddenly cramp, and the pain grew even worse. Ryan hid behind Emily, and, seeing her defend him, while also watching her clash with me, he could barely suppress the smile tugging at his lips. See? So what if the Bennett family's real son came back? He was still the precious one everyone adored. Still the Bennett family's favorite? His position in the family was still unshakable. He raised a hand and symbolically wiped the corner of his eye, while desperately forcing down the smile on his lips. Only then did he tug gently on Emily's sleeve, and say pitifully, Emily, don't fight with Ethan because of me. He didn't mean it either. Emily pulled herself out of her thoughts, and seeing his pitiful expression, her heart immediately softened. She instantly pushed aside the discomfort she'd been feeling, and rubbed his hair soothingly. It's okay. You're my little brother, and I won't let anyone hurt you. Ryan's eyes filled with grateful tears. Thank you, Emily. Then he glanced toward my figure in the distance, blinked, and asked as though it had just occurred to him, should we ask Ethan to ride home with us, after school? The family driver usually came to pick them up. Emily's expression stiffened. The moment she remembered how I had just arrogantly told them to stay away from me, her anger flared again. She snorted coldly. Didn't he say he doesn't want to see us? Then let him figure out how to get home himself. I had never planned on getting into the Bennett family's car anyway. The thought of having to sit in the same car with someone so fake made walking while memorizing my lesson sound much better. In the autumn of the 7th month of the Rangshu year, Sushi and his guests went boating beneath Red Cliff. A gentle breeze came, and the water remained calm. I hadn't even recited 2 lines, when another figure stepped into my path. Mr. Bennett, long time no see. I was suddenly convinced that the feng shui around Kingston High was truly terrible. Why did I keep running into one person after another that I had absolutely no desire to see? I slowly raised my head and met a pair of dark eyes, set in a beautiful face filled with a faint smile. The woman before me had a stunning figure. Her posture was elegant, yet she radiated an unmistakable air of wealth and nobility. Even the evening sunlight spilling over her seemed to drape her in a layer of dreamlike golden light, making her look even more dazzling. Claire stood before me with a smile. Mr. Bennett, I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to my home as a guest. I walked straight around her and replied coldly, You don't. Where was I just now? The water was calm, so I raised my cup and toasted my guests. Reciting verses about the bright moon, Claire clenched her fist slightly. But Grandpa said he wants to talk to you about the childhood engagement. After all, it was only the result of a bet back then, so it doesn't necessarily have to count. But if you really don't want to go, we can keep the arrangement as it is for now. Claire's voice carried a hint of regret. Hearing that, my footsteps stopped, and I turned back toward her in disbelief. Gee, are you serious? Claire smiled. the smile reaching her eyes. I've always been a woman of my word. I narrowed my eyes and studied her carefully. Her gaze was completely open and sincere. The Walker family was undeniably powerful, and if I relied on them, whether in life or in my future career, I'd undoubtedly have a smooth road ahead of me. But that wasn't what I wanted. I preferred relying on my own two hands and earning everything that belonged to me little by little, because only what I earned myself would truly belong to me, and no one could take it away. If Grandpa Walker had really changed his mind and was willing to cancel that old joke of an arrangement, ending the engagement between Claire and me, then that would actually be a good thing. Going with her didn't seem like a bad deal. All right, I'll go, the moment I agreed. The cold beauty's expression instantly softened, and the corners of her lips curved upward. Unable to resist, she raised a hand and ruffled my short hair. Good boy. The moment everyone saw that, gasps sounded all around us. What kind of relationship did the Walker family have with this boy? Why was Claire treating him so affectionately? Jessica, who stood beside the car, stared with wide eyes in disbelief. Her backpack slipped from her hand and hit the ground without her even noticing. Sophia, slap me. I think I'm hallucinating. My sister is a clean freak. The kind who washes her hands 10 times after touching a document. And that extreme germaphobe just touched someone else's hair. Sophia looked equally stunned. She rubbed her forehead and said, Miss Jessica, I think I might be dreaming too. Only I took half a step back and watched Claire warily, my eyes practically radiating murderous intent. I wanted nothing more than to tear off the hand she'd just used to touch me. Inside the car, Jessica looked me up and down, then leaned closer and asked in what she apparently thought was a whisper, Hey, what exactly is your relationship with my sister? I replied coldly, We don't have one. Jessica obviously didn't believe me. How could you have no relationship? I literally just saw her touch your hair? I get it now. You suddenly transferred into Class A because my sister arranged it, didn't she? She sent you there to keep an eye on me, right? After saying that, she even nodded solemnly as if she'd solved some great mystery. I knew it. She's such a fascist. A fascist. I couldn't understand why this girl had such a massive grudge against her sister. Jessica puffed out her cheeks. She is a fascist. She won't even let me do what I actually love. She insists that I take over the company after graduation. Isn't that basically killing my dream and ruining my life? Tell me, someone that cruel. What else would you call her besides a fascist? With every word she spoke, the temperature inside the car seemed to drop another degree. Sophia, sitting in the front passenger seat, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and secretly glanced toward Claire, whose expression had already darkened beyond belief. Sophia's heart trembled. Miss Jessica must have a death wish. She was bad-mouthing the CEO right in front of her, and she was even saying it this loudly. After hearing Jessica's complaints, I glanced at Claire, who was sitting beside me with her eyes closed, and thought back to all the ridiculous things she'd done. I nodded in agreement. Exactly. The moment Jessica heard that I agreed with her, her eyes lit up, as though she'd finally found an ally. She completely forgot that she'd just suspected me of spying on her, and excitedly grabbed my hand. Her eyes filled with tears. I can't believe you actually understand me. I've finally found a brother who thinks the same way I do. Her sudden excitement caught me off guard, and I frowned slightly. Something about this still felt strange. Jessica continued pouring out her grievances. You have no idea. All those people around me do nothing but suck up to me. None of them ever dare tell me the truth. You're the only one willing to be honest. From now on, we're brothers who'd risk our lives for each other. Yeah, this definitely still felt strange. Jessica raised her head and cautiously glanced at her sister sitting nearby, seeing that Claire still had her eyes closed, as though she hadn't heard anything. Jessica breathed a sigh of relief, then leaned close to my ear and continued. Since you think the same way I do, I'm officially approving you to join my anti-fascist alliance. From now on, we're comrades, grasshoppers tied to the same rope, fighting tirelessly to bring down the fascist regime. Her voice was passionate and full of conviction. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. An anti-fascist alliance, Jessica, might look carefree and irresponsible on the surface, but I hadn't expected her to go this far for her dream. Apparently, she really was serious about it. No matter what, that kind of determination was still worthy of respect. It seemed I'd misjudged her. Her carefree attitude was only on the surface. "How many people are in your alliance?" I asked softly. "2, you and me." So what exactly had I been expecting? Grandpa Walker had been waiting outside the villa for quite some time. The moment the car drove in, he cheerfully hurried forward to greet us. "Oh, Ethan, you're finally here." The moment I got out of the car, I saw Grandpa Walker smiling warmly, his expression filled with affection. I took a deep breath, then obediently stepped forward and greeted him. "Hello, Grandpa Walker." Although I wasn't exactly happy that Grandpa Walker had suddenly arranged a childhood engagement for me, and I didn't particularly like his eldest granddaughter either. He was still an elderly man, standing right in front of me, and he'd always treated me with genuine affection. No matter how upset I was, I couldn't bring myself to take it out on an innocent person. "Good boy, come inside. I had someone make chilled plum juice for you. It's perfect for cooling off in this hot weather." He happily led me into the house, completely forgetting the 2 young women behind us. Claire calmly followed from behind. But Jessica looked completely devastated. She stared at the scene before her in shock. "Grandpa knows my comrade." Sophia, who accidentally overheard that, nearly stumbled. She was genuinely afraid Jessica would say something reckless and walk straight to her own execution, so she earnestly said, "Miss Jessica, Mr. Bennett is Ms. Walker's fiancé. You should probably speak less from now on." What Sophia actually wanted to say was, "You should really start using your brain more." Boom. Jessica felt as though she'd been struck by lightning. Her comrade had betrayed her. The war had ended before it had even begun. I wasn't feeling much better either. I'd assumed Grandpa Walker had invited me here, so he could explain that the engagement had all been a misunderstanding, and then I could leave. But I'd already finished dinner, and he still hadn't mentioned a single word about it. Even Claire, sitting nearby, looked as though she knew nothing about the matter, casually flipping through a magazine, while Jessica, for some reason I couldn't understand, had been glaring at me ever since we walked in, with an incredibly hostile, traitor-condemning stare. As the sky outside grew darker, I figured the Bennett family would start worrying if I stayed any longer. Unable to hold back anymore, I said, "Grandpa Walker, the reason I came here today was actually to discuss the engagement you mentioned before." When Grandpa Walker heard that, he acted as though he'd only just remembered and tapped his cane against the floor in realization. Oh, look at this old man's memory. I knew I felt like I'd forgotten something very important. I smiled obediently and waited for him to continue. Grandpa Walker turned toward Claire, who was sitting on the nearby sofa, and said, "Go bring down the box your grandmother left behind." Claire obediently went upstairs. When she came back down, she was carrying an exquisite mahogany box. Grandpa Walker took the box from her and opened it. Inside rested a silver-brown ring, decorated with tiny scattered diamonds and engraved with intricate ancient patterns. It looked understated, yet mysterious. For a moment, I couldn't understand what Grandpa Walker meant. Why was he suddenly taking out a ring? But the next second, whether because he moved too quickly, or because the ring was unusually smooth, before I could react, it was already sliding onto my long, slender finger against the silver-brown ring. My hand somehow looked even more striking. "Grandpa Walker, what are you doing?" I asked in confusion. Even Grandpa Walker froze, as though he hadn't expected the ring to behave like it had a life of its own, slipping automatically from his hand and fitting itself around my finger. "Ha ha ha, fate, this is fate." Grandpa Walker laughed loudly several times, then slowly rose to his feet with the help of his cane. His gaze toward me became noticeably more serious. "Kid, this was your Grandma Walker's wish." I suddenly felt the ring on my finger twitch, but when I looked down, it appeared completely normal, as though I'd imagined it. By the time I looked up again, Grandpa Walker was already walking away with his cane. "Grandpa Walker, wait. I can't accept this ring." I stood up, frantically tugging at the ring on my finger, while trying to chase after him, but the ring seemed to have shrunk. No matter how much I twisted or pulled, it wouldn't come off. Dodge. It had slid on so easily just moments ago. My finger gradually turned red from all the force I was using, as I continued pulling at it, yet it was as though I couldn't feel the pain, and I kept tugging harder. Claire grabbed my right hand in distress, stopping me from hurting myself any further. "Enough. This ring was left behind by my grandmother. She said it has a spirit and chooses its own owner. Supposedly, it's forged from mystical iron. It can't be melted or broken. Once it accepts someone as its owner, it won't let go. My grandmother only managed to remove it after she passed away. I looked up at Claire coldly and pulled away from her touch. So, Miss Walker, what exactly are you trying to say? My gaze was so cold and distant that Claire suddenly couldn't get the words she prepared to come out. My stare was completely undisguised, as though I could see straight through every hidden thought in her heart. Miss Walker, I believe from the very beginning, I've made myself perfectly clear. This so-called childhood engagement between us was nothing more than a joke made by the older generation in their spare time. It shouldn't be taken seriously. Besides, my grandfather is still overseas, so we can't even verify whether the whole thing was real. Therefore, I think this matter can end right here. From now on, you take your road, and I'll take mine. We'll have nothing to do with each other. As for this ring, I'll find a way to remove it and return it to your family. No need to see me out. Goodbye, and I hope we never see each other again. With that, I turned around and left without hesitation. Even my retreating figure radiated rejection. Claire stood where she was and sighed, rubbing her aching temples. It seemed she'd been too aggressive. This little hedgehog was even more stubborn than she'd expected. He clearly responded better to kindness than pressure. She had used the wrong approach, and now would only push me farther away. It seemed she'd have to find another way to get closer to her little hedgehog. Sophia, make sure he gets home safely. Then Claire remembered the way I'd looked at her earlier, sighed, and changed her mind. Forget it. Don't disturb him. Just follow from a distance, and make sure he gets home safely. Sophia nodded. Yes, Ms. Walker. Meanwhile, Jessica sat in the corner, staring at my departing figure, with almost worshipful admiration. Amazing, this was the first time she'd ever seen someone dare speak to her own sister like that. More importantly, after he finished, her sister hadn't gotten angry at all. Instead, she'd actually started reflecting on herself. My God, what kind of advanced technique was this? When would she ever learn something like that? I left the villa with a cold expression, and hailed a cab outside. I lowered my head and looked at the ring on my finger, aside from the intricate patterns carved into its antique surface. There didn't seem to be anything particularly special about it. I tugged at it forcefully, but it still wouldn't come off. Thinking back to what Claire had said, I let out a cold laugh. Mystical iron. She really knew how to make things up. Did she seriously think I was 3 years old? Still, there was something I couldn't figure out. The Walker family stood far above the Bennett family in status. They had no reason to get close to me for any kind of benefit. For them, there didn't seem to be anything to gain from it. Grandpa Walker's affection for me was probably because I'd once saved his life. Then why was Claire trying to get close to me? It couldn't really be. Just because of that joking childhood engagement, could it? The moment I stepped into the Bennett family villa, I heard Olivia's angry voice from inside. What do you mean Ethan isn't worthy of riding in the Bennett family's car? Ethan is the eldest young master of the Bennett family. He's my biological little brother, and Mom and Dad's biological son. So tell me, in what way is he not worthy of riding in our car? Emily, I'm warning you for the last time. Ethan is the little brother I cherish more than anything. If anything happens to him, don't blame me for forgetting we're sisters. Go look for him, all of you. No one sleeps until Ethan is found. My heart trembled, and a faint warmth suddenly surged through me, like rain falling over a barren desert of ice. I'd always thought I was nothing more than a wandering soul in this world, even if others bullied or humiliated me. There was no reason to take it to heart, but I never expected that words of protection could sound so comforting. Olivia, I'm back. I took a deep breath, steadied my pounding heart, and walked inside. The noisy living room instantly fell silent. Olivia stood in the middle of the room with a cold expression. Her face had been grave, but the moment she heard my voice, she slowly turned around. When she clearly saw me standing by the door, the oppressive aura around her gradually faded. She hurried over and suddenly pulled me into a tight embrace, holding me firmly against her chest, as though she'd recovered something precious she'd once lost. Thank God, thank God. Ethan, you're okay. This is my fault. I didn't protect you properly. She truly had been terrified. When Emily and Ryan came home earlier, without me, she asked what had happened, and learned that Emily had actually left me behind and returned alone. At that moment, panic had consumed her, because she immediately remembered her previous life. when she'd seen me in the hospital morgue, lying motionless on a bed, so thin and frail I barely looked human. The memory made her heart ache so badly she could hardly breathe. I stood wrapped in her warm embrace. And, for a moment, the exhaustion from my long trip home seemed to disappear. Although I still didn't understand what had happened to Olivia, I could clearly feel that she meant me no harm. On the contrary, my disappearance had filled her with fear and worry. Thinking of that, I couldn't help raising my arms and hugging her back. Olivia, I'm fine, see? I'm back now. Only after hearing my voice did Olivia gradually calm down. She reached out and ruffled my hair, then said affectionately, "Good, Ethan's such a good boy. You knew how to come home. If you don't want to ride in the same car as them from now on, I'll hire a separate driver just for you." I shook my head with an amused smile. There's no need to go that far. Who hires 2 drivers just to pick people up? That would be such a waste of money. Hearing that, Olivia's expression froze slightly, and she remembered the notebook she'd seen in her previous life recording every job I'd worked, along with the battered tea tin I'd used to save every penny. "All right, I'll listen to you. No unnecessary spending." Ryan, standing off to the side, watched this scene and clenched his fists viciously, his nails digging deep into his palms. What kind of spell had Ethan cast on Olivia? She had clearly spoiled Ryan the most before, so why wouldn't she even look at him now? Ethan must have said something to her, that scheming bastard. And, on the way home, Ryan had even heard Emily say that this useless idiot really had gotten into Kingston High, and had even been placed in Class A. Why? He and Ethan had both scored only 600 points. They both had the same score, yet Ethan was in Class A, while Ryan was stuck in the lowest class. Olivia must have pulled strings behind the scenes. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. No, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He had to make Ethan pay. Everything in the Bennett family, whether it was wealth and luxury, the status of eldest young master, or the sister's affection, could only belong to him, Ryan. With that thought, Ryan took a deep breath, the lamb, and nervously stepped forward, putting on a pitiful expression. "Ethan, I'm so glad you're back. We were all really worried about you." His eyes were red, as though he'd just been crying. I almost found it funny. "You were worried about me." Him. He was probably the person who most wanted to see my corpse lying somewhere in the wilderness. The moment Ryan heard what I said, his eyes grew even redder, and his voice even began to choke up. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought I'd bullied him terribly. "Ethan, how can you say that about me? I really was worried about you. After you argued with Emily and left by yourself, I wanted to comfort her first and then go find you. But by then you were already gone, so we had no choice but to come home first. If you're still angry, I can apologize to you on Emily's behalf." Just listen to the way he talked. In only a few sentences, he'd completely cleared himself of any blame, while even managing to paint himself as a fragile, kind-hearted young man. Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking in that aggrieved tone, Emily, that gullible idiot, immediately fell for it. She instantly stepped in front of Ryan to protect him, and glared at me furiously. I was the one who said those things today, and I was the one who told the driver to leave. If you're angry, take it out on me. Why do you keep bullying Ryan? I let out a laugh. I only said 4 words just now, while you two rattled off an entire speech. And somehow, in the end, I'm the one being accused of something I never did. Do you two have some kind of persecution complex? Emily was left speechless by my response, her face turning bright red. Seeing this, Olivia worried that Emily might really lose her temper and hurt me, so she immediately stepped in. "That's enough, Emily. You were the ones in the wrong today. Apologize to your brother. Then go upstairs and do your homework." Emily gritted her teeth and stood there without moving. Ryan tugged gently on her sleeve, and whispered, "Emily, don't make things difficult for yourself. Just apologize to Ethan." What a touching pair of tragic siblings. I sneered, feeling nauseated. If I watched any longer, I felt like my eyes would start bleeding. "Forget it, Olivia. Miss Emily Bennett doesn't need to apologize. I'm going upstairs to do my homework." With that, I turned lightly on my heel and headed up the stairs. Olivia frowned and wanted to say something else, but since I hadn't complained, she worried that saying more would only upset me. So she could only glare at Emily where she stood. Emily's mind had already gone completely blank. What did he just call her, Miss Emily Bennett? Fine. If you're so capable, then never call me your sister again. And if I ever call you my little brother again, I'm a dog. My fingers paused just before closing the door, and I couldn't help laughing softly, childish. Once I shut the door, all the noise outside was completely blocked out. I let out a long breath, then removed the oversized glasses from the bridge of my nose. The world instantly looked much clearer. It was strange. The original owner of this body wasn't nearsighted. So why had he always worn such huge glasses? That covered his eyes. I turned and headed into the bathroom. When I came out again, the thick bangs that had covered the boy's forehead had all been combed back, revealing a handsome, refined face, striking enough to make anyone look twice. I looked at myself in the mirror with satisfaction and raised the corners of my lips confidently before nodding in approval. I knew it. All 6 of my biological sisters were exceptional beauties. There was no way I could look that bad. This face was practically identical to mine in my previous life. The next morning, the moment I walked into the classroom, I noticed everyone was looking at me strangely. As soon as I sat down, the student in front of me turned around and asked softly, "Ethan, have you seen the school forum?" I frowned and honestly shook my head. Number. These past few days, I've been studying literature like my life depends on it. I've barely even had time to drink water while memorizing classical poems. How would I have time to check my phone? What happened? Did something happen? The student sitting in front of me was named Noah Turner. He wore glasses, had a strong-looking face, and seemed like a pretty honest guy. Noah pressed his lips together, looking as though he wanted to say something but couldn't quite bring himself to. After hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't explain it properly, so he finally took out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and handed it to me. "Ethan, you should just see it for yourself. This post is blowing up. It was posted last night, and by this morning it already had hundreds of replies. Shocking, transfer student Ethan Bennett scored only 600 points, yet was placed directly into Class A. Does Kingston High's supposedly strict admission cutoff really mean nothing in the face of wealth and privilege? Has money defeated hard work?" B asked. Then, is that fair to students like us, who've spent years studying ourselves to exhaustion? We demand an official explanation. Floor 1? What? 600 points? And he still got into Class A. I scored 670 and still ended up in Class C. This is unfair, Floor 2. I seriously suspect that even his 600-point score is fake. What kind of coincidence is that? The admission cutoff was 600, and he just happened to score exactly 600. Floor 3, alright, stop arguing. Didn't you see his last name? He's a Bennett. His family has money. Floor 4, money. If he's rich, he should just go to that private school next door. They only care about money over there, not grades. The post kept getting more and more attention, and the number of people discussing it continued to grow. Just reading it made my temples throb. I handed the phone back to Noah and said softly, "Thanks, I understand now." Noah took the phone back blankly and blinked. "Ethan, aren't you going to explain yourself? They're saying some really awful things about you." Then he lowered his voice and added, "Ethan, don't worry. I believe you. You could solve a math problem that difficult. So they must have gotten something wrong." I put my backpack inside the desk and took out the literature book I needed for morning study. I smiled and said, "They didn't get anything wrong. I really did score 600 points." Noah froze. "Huh." I calmly continued. "I scored 600 because I wanted to score 600. I didn't want to waste time, not because 600 was the best I could do. As for these rumors, once the exam results come out, everyone can let their scores speak for themselves." My words were firm and unwavering, and many students who had been sighing and mocking me moments ago now looked stunned, especially Noah, whose eyes were practically overflowing with admiration. He stared at me as though I were his idol. "Ethan, don't worry. I'll always be on your side. I'll always believe you." Even so, more than half the class remained skeptical. In their eyes, everything I just said was nothing but empty bragging. Only a bookworm like Noah would actually believe it. Nearby, Emily listened to the surrounding whispers, while tightly gripping the pen in her hand. She was squeezing so hard that her fingertips had turned white. Did these people seriously have nothing better to do? Did they not have enough homework or enough impossible bonus questions that they still had time to meddle in someone else's business? I'm collecting the chemistry worksheets in 5 minutes. Anyone who hasn't finished will be reported for failing to submit their homework. Emily suddenly announced coldly the moment she said that. The gossiping whispers from earlier instantly turned into panicked sounds of people rushing to finish their work. The chemistry teacher was also the grade director and was notoriously strict if anyone really dared not complete his homework. A public disciplinary notice would be the least of their problems. In serious cases, they'd even have to speak under the flag at Monday's school assembly. That would be absolutely humiliating. Seeing that everyone had finally stopped talking about me, Emily unconsciously curled her lips into a smile. But then she seemed to remember something, and the corners of her mouth immediately fell again. She wasn't helping me. She just happened to be collecting the homework. If I came over and apologized to her later and sincerely begged for forgiveness, then maybe she'd reluctantly forgive me. After all, we'd have to see each other every day. She was my sister, so she couldn't be too petty. But considering how badly she'd hurt me with what she said yesterday, she would make me wait 10 minutes before forgiving me. No, 3 minutes. 1 minute, okay. Right, she'd stay cold for 1 minute before forgiving me, just so I'd learn my lesson. Emily took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the smile threatening to appear, while secretly glancing toward my seat by the window, only to see me calmly memorizing my lesson as though nothing had happened. Crunch. That was the sound of her teeth grinding together. Emily's chest rose and fell with anger. She had just helped me that much, and I hadn't reacted at all. Fine. She was never helping me again. She'd see how I handled things on my own. Even if I got bullied until I cried, she wouldn't care. Just then, the familiar sound of the classroom door being kicked open rang out. Bang. The next second, Jessica lazily walked in with her bag slung over one shoulder, like a proud queen inspecting her territory. She held her head high and swept her gaze across the classroom. Then she seemed to spot something, and her eyes instantly lit up under everyone's disbelieving gazes. The queen instantly transformed into an eager follower. She hurried over to my desk and sat beside me enthusiastically. Wow. Boss, I brought you milk tea, want some? It's seriously delicious. The sugary aroma drifted into my nose, and I frowned, leaning my neck back slightly, to create some distance. Thanks. I don't like things that sweet. You drink it. Jessica wasn't embarrassed at all after being rejected. She casually handed the milk tea to a boy sitting nearby, then eagerly leaned toward me again. Boss, are you memorizing something? Want me to quiz you? Boss, are you working on problems? Want me to teach you? I'm really good at chemistry, boss. Do you want some water? I'll go get it for you. Do you want it hot or cold? Boss, I finally couldn't take it anymore, and stuffed the test paper in her mouth. Shut up. Stop calling me boss. We're not that close. Please stay away from me. I'd already given myself a headache from memorizing lessons these past few days, and she was still chirping beside me like a sparrow, without stopping for even a second. I really couldn't understand what the boys at this school were thinking. How could an idiot like this be the school beauty? Jessica pulled the test paper out of her mouth and said earnestly, didn't we establish a strategic, united front yesterday? You're my comrade now. You can't desert the battlefield. Strategic, united front. Comrade. Deserter. What was she even talking about? Jessica mysteriously leaned closer to me and whispered, Boss, you have no idea. After you left my sister completely speechless last night and walked away like a total badass, my sister actually sat in the living room reflecting on herself, so I secretly swore that I would learn your methods and your presence until my sister obeys every word I say, and I reach the peak of my life. But Sophia said your skills can only be understood through observation, not taught with words. So I decided I'm going to stick closely to you from now on and absorb your cultural aura from right beside you. Boss, spread your wings and fly. Your little sister will always follow behind. I couldn't help rubbing my forehead and said, I'm really not as amazing as you think. Yesterday, I was just discussing the matter for what it was. But Jessica clearly didn't believe me, boss. You're way too modest, just based on how ordinary you look. Yet you still managed to leave my sister completely flustered. That alone puts you ahead of 99.99% of men in this country. I was exhausted and didn't want to talk anymore. Luckily, Jessica's last name was Walker. If she'd had any other last name, someone would have beaten her up 800 times already. Heaven seemed to hear my prayers. The class bell rang ding ding ding, and I breathed a sigh of relief. The world was finally peaceful again. Mr. Carter walked into the classroom carrying his textbook, slammed it heavily onto the teacher's desk with a bang. Everyone, quiet down. Before class starts, I have something to say. The moment those words came out, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked toward the front. Mr. Carter swept a dark expression across the classroom, before finally fixing his gaze on me by the window. He rolled his eyes at me disdainfully and said, "Someone slipped me a report letter today. It says that a certain student in our class was placed here despite not meeting the requirements, and that he didn't earn his place through his own ability, but instead used improper connections. As for who that student is, I won't name names. Everyone already knows." The moment he finished, everyone turned to look at me in unison. With that many people staring so eagerly, it was impossible to ignore them. But I merely raised an eyebrow and said nothing. I wanted to see exactly what Mr. Carter was planning. Sure enough, he immediately continued in a serious tone. "Because this incident has seriously affected the learning environment of Class A and damaged Kingston High's reputation, I've already submitted a request to the school administration. If this student can score at least our class average, 680 points, then he can remain in Class A. If he fails to reach that score, he'll be removed immediately, and no one will be allowed to protect him." The moment he said that, the entire class erupted. No one expected someone would actually dare submit a report letter. Whoever did it had some guts. The mock exam is only 2 days away. How could anyone possibly improve by 80 points in such a short time? Ethan is finished this time. Tesk. He just got here, and he's already about to be kicked out. What an embarrassment for the Bennett family. Shh, keep your voice down. Emily is sitting right beside you. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't Emily already say she doesn't acknowledge Ethan? She only considers Ryan her little brother. Ryan is handsome and kind. If it were me, I'd only acknowledge him too. Emily's expression darkened, and she tightly squeezed the pen in her hand. Crack. The plastic barrel split under the force of her grip. She had said she didn't acknowledge me, but that was a matter within their family. What business was it of these people? She was just about to stand up and speak, when another voice beat her to it. "Mr. Carter, what you're saying isn't right. A country has its laws, and a school has its rules. Since my boss passed the entrance assessment, and even got special approval from the principal to join Class A, that proves he earned his place. So what right do you have to deny that?" Jessica stood up and said loudly. She was tall and beautiful, and as she stood there speaking confidently, she actually carried a bit of Claire's commanding presence. Wait, why was I thinking about that woman? I quickly shook my head, trying to throw Claire's image out of my mind. At the front of the classroom, Mr. Carter hadn't expected Jessica to stand up for me, much less contradict him in front of everyone, and embarrass him like this. His expression immediately turned ugly. But when he thought about Jessica's grades and the powerful Walker family behind her, he forcibly swallowed the reprimand on the tip of his tongue. But what he did violates the principle of fairness. If everyone used tricks like this to get in, would that be fair to the other students? The moment he said that, quite a few students nodded in agreement. Jessica wasn't affected in the slightest, and continued arguing. First of all, we don't even know whether that report letter is real, or whether any of its claims have been verified. And since you keep talking about fairness, have you actually been fair yourself? Fairness means being impartial and treating every participant reasonably and equally. Yet you're holding an unverified accusation and already acting as though he's guilty. Is that what you call fairness? Mr. Carter, as a teacher, don't you think you're the one doing something wrong here? Mr. Carter's face turned bright red with anger, and his finger trembled as he pointed at Jessica, while breathing heavily. Jessica rolled her eyes, then looked at me as though waiting for praise. "Boss, don't worry. Your little sister's got your back." I sighed helplessly, and looked at Mr. Carter, who was still gasping at the front of the room. I was genuinely worried he might run out of breath and pass out. I slowly stood up, my cool voice carrying a distant chill that warned everyone to stay away. "Mr. Carter, since you don't believe me, then I'll let my grades speak for themselves. You just said that if I score 680, I can stay in Class A. And before that, you also said that if I score 700, you'll make me class president. I hope you keep your word." Mr. Carter held his chest and slowly calmed himself down, then snorted, "Of course I will." I smiled. and slowly sat back down. Over the past few days, I'd already reviewed most of literature, my weakest subject. If I spent these next 2 days reviewing the other material, there shouldn't be any problem. I couldn't guarantee a perfect 750, but 700 would be easy enough. The next 2 days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was exam day. During that time, the forum controversy kept escalating, and since I'd never intended to explain myself, the situation only grew more heated. Even Olivia, who was busy working at the company, eventually heard about it. She was so furious that she contacted the senior administrators of the forum overnight, determined to find whoever had started the rumor. But I stopped her. Using power to suppress the issue would only reinforce everyone's belief that I was some privileged rich kid, and wouldn't do me any real good. Rather than wasting energy on that, I might as well wait for the results and slap them in the face with my ability. Olivia respected my decision and knew I wanted to resolve this in my own way, so she didn't interfere any further. She only warned me over and over that if I couldn't handle it, she would hire the best lawyers and the strongest legal team, and make sure whoever did this spent at least a few days behind bars. My face darkened. If she knew that the person behind all this was her other little brother, she probably wouldn't be saying that. What I hadn't expected was to run into Ryan even during the exam. My expression instantly darkened. Seriously, this guy was everywhere. The moment Ryan saw me walk in carrying my pens, he immediately waved happily. "Ethan, you're in this exam room too. What a coincidence." His voice was bright and clear, and that single shout instantly drew the attention of everyone in the room. I raised an eyebrow, then calmly ignored everyone's complicated looks, and walked openly to my assigned seat. I'd been an award-winning actor in my previous life. What kind of situation hadn't I experienced? What kind of stare hadn't I endured? This kind of petty drama didn't even count as an itch to me. Ryan refused to give up, and eagerly came over again, wearing a fake smile. "Ethan, I know all about what's happening on the forum, don't worry. I believe you didn't cheat. Even though your grades used to be poor, you've been studying really hard these past few days. So I'm sure you've improved." His words were obviously meant to emphasize that my grades were bad, and that I was only cramming at the last minute. I crossed my arms and looked him up and down. Before speaking coldly, "No matter how bad my grades are, they can't be that terrible. Didn't you say you were going to tutor me before? So why are you still in the very last exam room?" Ryan's expression instantly turned as bitter as if he'd swallowed medicine. Kingston High assigned exam rooms according to rankings. He had barely scraped through the entrance cutoff, and Kingston High was full of top students. So simply maintaining his current score was already difficult enough. Climbing any higher was basically impossible. That was why he had remained near the bottom of the grade until now. At that moment, a boy named Jason, who had always been close to Ryan, couldn't stand listening anymore. He angrily stood up and started defending him while criticizing me. "Ryan was just being nice and saying hello to you. Do you really have to mock him like that? Besides, when Ryan got into this school, his score was much higher than yours. You only scored 600. What right do you have to look down on him?" I clicked my tongue. The male lead really was the male lead. Wherever he went, there was always a crowd of brainless defenders around him. "Were you there when I scored 600? How can you be so sure 600 is the highest I can score?" Jason gritted his teeth. "Your homeroom teacher, Mr. Carter, already said it, and you're still trying to deny it." I sneered. "He also said he was going to kick me out of Class A. Yet I'm still sitting there just fine. His words aren't some royal decree. Why should anyone treat them as absolute truth? You're full of crap. Once the exam results come out, we'll see what you have left to say." Jason was trembling with rage because of me. If the timing hadn't been wrong, he probably would have tried to punch me. But I was actually in a great mood. I'd already been irritable from staying up late memorizing material for days, and my patience had been wearing thin. Yet these idiots had chosen to walk straight into the line of fire. They were practically volunteering to let me vent. I tilted my head and looked at the furious Jason, the corner of my lips curving upward. My eyes gleamed with amusement behind my oversized glasses. "If I score 700, or even higher, what are you two going to do? Then Ryan and I will bow and apologize to you in front of the entire school." Jason immediately replied, as though afraid I might change my mind. "But if you fail to score 700, You have to take off those glasses, comb your hair back, run laps around the field while shouting that you're an idiot, and then get the hell out of Kingston High. Fine deal. I accepted the bet. Ryan's expression changed slightly when he heard us. This, Jason, really was an idiot. I completely led him by the nose, and with just a little provocation, he jumped straight into my trap. And if those two wanted to bet, fine. But why did Jason have to drag Ryan into it too? Still, after thinking about it, 700 points was an insanely high score, no matter how hard I studied, over just these 2 days. There was no way I could improve that much all at once, right? Besides, even if Ryan lost, all he had to do was apologize. But if I lost, I'd have to leave Kingston High in humiliation, and even reveal what I actually looked like without my disguise. Ryan was genuinely curious about what I looked like, since I'd hidden myself so thoroughly. That had to mean I was incredibly ugly. Thinking about it that way, this bet actually seemed pretty good, although Ryan hid his emotions and thoughts extremely well. I had been an award-winning actor who'd met countless kinds of people, so I could see through what he was thinking at a glance. I sneered. It was still too early to say who would win. The first subject was literature. All those late nights memorizing material had paid off, and I felt extremely smooth while answering the questions. When I finished writing the final word of my essay, I finally let out a long breath. Literature was done. The subject I'd been most worried about was finally over. As for everything else, whether it was math, science, or English, none of them were a problem for me. Sure enough, when I took the science exam, I needed only 1 hour to finish every single question. Then I turned in my paper early and walked straight out. During the National College Entrance Exam, students could only leave 30 minutes early. But Kingston High had no such rule, WK, because its mock exams were notoriously difficult. Simply finishing all the questions normally was already hard enough, so almost no one ever had time to submit early. But today, someone had finally broken that pattern. The proctor. The proctor stared blankly at the paper I'd turned in. By the time he finally reacted, I was already long gone. Did this kid just turn in a blank paper? But when he looked down, the page was densely covered with solution steps. All of them clear and accurate. Ryan hadn't even finished the first page yet. When he saw that I'd already submitted my exam, the pen nearly slipped from his hand. How did he finish so fast? Then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed the scratch paper on my desk. It was completely clean, and he immediately couldn't help smiling. That fast, without even doing calculations, he definitely turned in a blank paper. He could already imagine an unbelievably ugly guy standing on the athletic field calling himself an idiot. The thought alone was hilarious. He couldn't hold back and snickered. The proctor's face immediately darkened. Focus on your exam. Don't make unnecessary noise and disturb the other students. Ryan quickly suppressed his smile, but the corners of his lips still refused to come down. Meanwhile, Emily was taking the exam in another room, working through the first major problem. She had just finished writing her answer when she caught sight of a familiar figure from the corner of her eye. That was Ethan Bennett. He was already done and had turned in his paper early, but it had only been an hour. How could he possibly be that fast? She bit her lip and unconsciously sped up her own work. By the time she finished writing the final answer, exactly an hour and a half had passed. Without even thinking, she stood up and submitted her paper. It was the first time she'd ever turned in an exam without checking it, but she couldn't care about that now. There was only one thought in her mind. No matter what, she couldn't lose to that guy. But what happened next was even more ridiculous than she'd imagined. It wasn't just science. On the math and English exams that followed, I was even more absurd, finishing each one in just 40 minutes before walking out of the exam room. Emily gritted her teeth, her brain working at full speed. But even at her fastest, she could only cut her answering time down to 1 hour. As for Emily seeing me leave early and secretly competing with me, I had absolutely no idea. The moment I turned in my paper, I wandered outside to buy some ice cream. The ice cream outside this school was seriously delicious, and both cheap and tasty. Every time I came here, the place was packed. But because I'd submitted my exam early this time, there was finally no one around to compete with me. In my previous life, I'd been an award-winning actor, so I had to maintain my figure and control my weight, which meant my diet had been extremely strict. Forget ice cream. I hadn't even dared eat fruit whenever I wanted. But things were different now. I didn't need to control myself anymore. So I was absolutely going to eat as much as I wanted. Sir, 1 chocolate ice cream, with extra nuts, chocolate chips, and raisins. The owner was a man in his 50s, who smiled warmly and replied, "Coming right up." The cup of ice cream was huge and satisfyingly heavy. I scooped up a big spoonful and put it in my mouth, sweet and freezing cold. It was unbelievably satisfying. Just then, a crisp, sweet voice, with a strangely sneaky undertone, sounded quietly nearby. "Sir, 1 cup of ice cream, no syrup, no toppings, and no sugar." My spoon paused halfway to my mouth. No syrup, no toppings, no sugar. Wasn't that basically just a cup of ice? This person was certainly interesting, coming all this way just to eat a cup of plain ice. Talk about having money to burn, $5. "Miss, are you paying by phone or cash?" the owner asked. Immediately afterward, a series of faint rustling and metallic jingling sounds reached my ears. It sounded like the person was rummaging through her clothes for money. There was even the sound of metal clinking together. Was she searching for money while wearing handcuffs or something? I was just about to turn around when a shadow suddenly blocked my view. Then, an arrogant voice sounded above my head. "Hey, little brother, how about I trade you my autograph for $5? I looked up, and the first thing that entered my vision was a head of glaring cherry blossom. Pink hair, paired with an eye-searing neon green outfit. Her entire body was covered in metal chains and accessories of every size. The whole look was honestly indescribable. Now I finally understood, where all those clear metallic clinking sounds had come from. Fortunately, the woman in front of me had delicate, beautiful features. And somehow, even this disastrous clash of fashion choices was held together by that face, giving the outfit a strangely trendy edge. She seemed to be in a hurry, frowning as she anxiously glanced at the watch on her wrist, before urging me, "Little brother, I'm in a hurry. Have you decided where you want me to sign?" Holding my ice cream, I took a step back and looked up at her. The oversized frames of my glasses hid the emotion in my eyes. I replied calmly, "Sorry, I don't follow celebrities, and I don't need your autograph." The pink-haired woman's fingers, which had just pulled out a pen, suddenly trembled. She stared at me with wide eyes in disbelief, then pointed at the tip of her own nose. "What do you mean? You don't follow celebrities? You don't know who I am?" She seemed so shocked that her voice shot up several octaves, making my ears hurt. I nodded honestly. Yes, the instant I nodded, I clearly saw her entire world collapse in her eyes, as though someone not recognizing her was something completely unacceptable. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and the professional smile she'd worn moments ago instantly disappeared. I'm one of the hottest celebrities in the industry right now. The streets are covered with promotional posters of me. Wherever this face goes, people go crazy. And I leave fans falling all over themselves. Look again. Look carefully. I refuse to believe you don't recognize me. With that, she leaned her entire face closer. I silently looked at her again. Still doesn't ring a bell. Crack. That was the sound of her heart shattering. The pink-haired woman clutched her chest as though she'd suffered an internal injury, and pointed at me with a trembling finger. And then she gritted her teeth and said, "I know what's going on. You're doing this on purpose. You're definitely doing this on purpose. Are you a fan of my sworn rival, Ava Bennett? Did you come here just to attack me personally, so you could avenge your idol? Impossible as long as I'm around. Ava will never surpass me." My hand paused while scooping ice cream, and I blinked. Ava Bennett, that name sounded familiar. I searched through my memories for a while before finally remembering. Wasn't that my 5th sister? Judging by the timeline, my 5th sister hadn't become an award-winning actress yet, but she'd already started making a name for herself and had won several awards. So having a few industry rivals was perfectly normal. Seeing that I still didn't say anything, the pink-haired woman seemed even more convinced of her own theory. She planted both hands on her hips and snorted, "I knew I was right." Other than Ava's fans, who could possibly target someone with a face as stunning as mine? For no reason. Then she strode toward me on her long legs, bent down, and extended her slender fingers to push up the oversized glasses on the bridge of my nose, before saying softly, "Little brother, You should get yourself a new pair of glasses when you have time. Only someone with terrible judgment would like that ice queen Ava, instead of a sweetheart like me. Look at you. You can't even judge people properly anymore. I narrowed my eyes, feeling extremely uncomfortable with this woman who had suddenly moved so close to me. Without thinking, I raised my arm, smack, and knocked her hand away from my glasses. My eyes behind the lenses gleamed coldly. That's my personal business. What does it have to do with you? Ava is my fifth sister, even though we haven't met yet. Our blood relationship doesn't change, and this woman in front of me had just insulted my biological sister right to my face. The fact that I hadn't slapped her forehead instead of her hand was already showing her plenty of respect. No wonder my fifth sister eventually became an award-winning actress. If someone like this counted as a top star in the entertainment industry, then becoming the best clearly wasn't that difficult. I thought this neurotic pink-haired woman would explode in rage after I slapped her hand away. But when I looked up, I found her staring fixedly at my finger, standing completely motionless, with a dumbfounded expression. Following her gaze, I saw the ring Grandpa Walker had put on my finger earlier, the one I still hadn't managed to remove. Although she was staring at my finger rather than my face, I still felt extremely uncomfortable, unable to take it anymore. I tugged my sleeve down to cover the ring. Before I could even say anything, the pink-haired woman's expression instantly changed from arrogance to complete shock when she looked at me. Even her pupils were visibly trembling. Then, she suddenly stood perfectly straight in front of me and gave me two proper 90-degree bows. Greetings, Master. Goodbye, Master. By the time I recovered from my shock, she had already disappeared without a trace. The owner beside me watched her run off and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Miss, do you still want your shaved ice?" But the pink-haired woman was already nowhere to be seen. I lowered my head and looked at the ring on my finger, thinking she must have started acting strangely after she saw this ring. There was no other explanation. Could there really be something special about it? But I turned it over and studied it for a long time and still couldn't see anything unusual. Wasn't this just an ordinary silver ring? That woman definitely had something wrong with her head. Meanwhile, the pink-haired woman sprinted all the way into the depths of an alley. Only after repeatedly making sure the area was completely safe did she finally relax. She leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Then, with trembling hands, she reached into the pocket of her neon green leather jacket and pulled out a black phone. Her hands wouldn't stop shaking, and it took her several tries just to unlock it and make a call. The phone rang for quite a while before someone finally answered. "Hello. Harper. This had better be an emergency. If you're calling me in the middle of the night just to tell me some useless nonsense, I swear I'll kill you." The pink-haired woman was Harper. She completely ignored the threat from the other end and said breathlessly, "Listen, I'm serious. I saw the gate master." The other end of the phone fell silent for a long time. "It's the middle of the night where I am." "Don't tell me it's nighttime there too." "What? Did the old gate master's ghost come find you in the middle of the night for a chat?" The moment Harper heard that, she stomped her foot anxiously. "Knock on wood. Don't say something like that about the gate master. Be careful, or the gate master might come after you. I'm talking about the new gate master. I'm absolutely serious. I really saw the new gate master and that ring. There's no way I could mistake it. But there's one thing I just can't understand. The new gate master is actually a high school student." The other end fell silent again. After a long pause, there was a soft click, like the sound of a lighter being lit. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? What do you think?" That ring was right in front of my eyes. If I could still mistake it, then I deserved to be kicked out of the ghost gate. Harper replied angrily, "Fine. I understand. I'll return to the country soon. We'll talk in person then." The person on the other end seemed to notice that Harper still had something to say and didn't hang up immediately. Instead, she asked, "What is it? Is there something else?" Harper swallowed nervously and asked cautiously, "I didn't know he was the gate master just now, and I even mouthed off to him. You don't think he'll beat me to death, do you? My career has only just started. I don't want it to end this soon. If I really die, remember to buy me a rosewood urn. I don't like Huanghuali wood. And make sure the rosewood one is carved, but don't carve peonies. Peonies are too tacky and don't suit my temperament." Before she could finish, The call was disconnected. Kingston High was incredibly efficient. The exam results were released first thing the next morning. This time, it wasn't Mr. Carter who came to announce them, but the principal, who was smiling like he'd just won the lottery. He held a sheet of paper and stood at the front of the classroom with a huge smile. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Students, on this exam, our class's overall performance improved significantly. The average score rose from 680 last time to 705. That's a major breakthrough." The moment he said that, the entire class erupted. This exam hadn't been easy at all, and yet they'd actually broken through their previous ceiling. It was the first time this had ever happened. One student performed especially well this time, with perfect scores in 3 subjects, and only 5 points deducted in literature, for a total score of 745, ranking first in the entire grade the moment the principal finished. Everyone, almost simultaneously, turned to look at Emily in the back row. Emily frowned, thinking, "It isn't me. I got one multiple-choice question wrong in math, so I couldn't possibly have a perfect score. Could it be Jessica?" At that moment, Jessica also looked frustrated. She hadn't gotten first place either. She couldn't solve the final major science problem, so there was no way she'd gotten a perfect score. Emily must have taken first place again. Their gazes met, and invisible sparks seemed to crackle through the air between them. At the front, the principal continued, "Now, let's congratulate Ethan Bennett for earning first place in the grade with an outstanding score of 745. Let's give him a round of applause. And congratulations as well to Emily Bennett and Jessica Walker, who both scored 735, tying for second place in the grade." When I'd been answering questions in the office before, the principal had already realized that I was unusually capable, but he hadn't expected me to be even more impressive than he'd imagined. 745 points, what did that mean? It meant Kingston High was about to have another major story about a genius student. It meant that he, as principal, and the entire school would benefit from the recognition. How could he not be excited? The students below were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. "Oh my God, Ethan actually got first place. Neth, science and English were all perfect scores. That's insane." Jessica had originally assumed Emily had gotten first place and had been simmering with frustration, but when she realized the winner was actually her deskmate, she instantly lit up. "Boss, you're incredible." Every student in the class looked at me with shock and envy, while I remained completely calm. After all, I was someone with a doctorate from a prestigious university doing high school problems. It really did feel like a max-level player bullying beginners in the starter village. Emily pressed her lips together and looked at me. There wasn't even a trace of disappointment in her eyes over losing first place to me. Instead, there was admiration. Perhaps even she hadn't realized that the emotion in her eyes had long since changed from her initial disgust to appreciation and admiration. After the principal happily finished announcing the results, he clasped his hands behind his back and left. Soon afterward, Mr. Carter appeared outside the classroom with a dark expression, carrying a thick stack of graded test papers, and walked inside. The class average had improved so much, and they'd even produced a top-ranked genius like me. Normally, he should have been thrilled, but I just happened to be the student he'd looked down on the most, and he'd made all those harsh declarations only 2 days earlier, so there was no way he could be happy now. "Class representative, come hand out the papers. We'll go over the exam during this class." "Sir, before we start, shouldn't we talk about what you said before about me using connections to get into Class A?" My voice was cool, with a hint of boldness. The moment I said that, Mr. Carter's already ugly expression instantly turned black as ink. This Ethan really had no tact at all. He didn't even know how to give his teacher a graceful way out. Jessica immediately remembered the issue too when she heard me, and quickly chimed in, "That's right. Sir, didn't you say before that my deskmate used connections to get into this class? Now he's ranked first in the entire grade, so what do you say about that? And you also said that if my deskmate scored over 700, you'd make him class president. You're not going to break your word, are you?" Mr. Carter tightly gripped the chalk in his hand, struggling to suppress his anger and force himself to calm down. "Fine. From now on, Ethan will be the class president. Now, everyone look at the first question. He brushed the matter aside with one simple sentence, without even offering an apology. Jessica was so angry that she was about to stand up and argue, but I reached out and stopped her, then shook my head. There's no need to make trouble. With these grades, my place in Class A is secure, and those rumors online saying I got in through connections will probably collapse on their own. I've already achieved what I wanted. There's no need to keep provoking Mr. Carter. Jessica now followed my words almost without question, and when she saw me shake my head, she could only force herself to suppress her anger. She muttered, "Boss, you're way too generous." If it were me, I'd argue with him until his own dad didn't recognize him. I said helplessly, "There's really no need to go that far." I seriously didn't understand why kids these days had such explosive tempers. Emily sat diagonally behind me, and all she had to do was tilt her head slightly to see that Jessica and I seemed to have endless things to talk about. Our heads kept moving closer together. Then Jessica leaned over and whispered something into my ear, making me unable to suppress a smile. Crack. The plastic pen in Emily's hand split under the force of her grip, leaving a visible fracture. Was Ethan an idiot? Didn't he know class was in session? He got first place once, and his ego was already soaring. Did getting first place this time guarantee he'd stay first next time? And what was there to talk about with that little brat Jessica? He wouldn't even smile at his own sister, but he was smiling at that girl instead. Ethan, something's wrong. Hurry and check the school forum. Noah rushed over holding his water bottle. He hadn't even had time to fill it before running anxiously to my desk and shoved his phone in front of me. I'd just been planning to put my head down and rest during the break, but the second I did, his shout jolted me right back up. My brain hadn't even caught up yet, but the moment I saw those glaring words on the screen, I instantly sobered up. Breaking news. Grade topper Ethan Bennett cheated on the exam. I scrolled down and discovered that whoever posted it had even uploaded several of my old school report cards. Every single subject was marked as failing. I knew it. There had to be something wrong with his score. How could anyone suddenly get perfect scores in 3 subjects? Haha, I guess literature essays were harder to copy. That's why he didn't get a perfect score there. Cheaters, get out of Kingston High. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly. This kind of smug attempt to act like they'd found solid dirt on me, using such a cheap trick to manipulate public opinion online, was almost laughably childish. I didn't even need to think to know who was behind it. Still, being able to get hold of my old school transcripts while staying safely on the sidelines and watching the chaos unfold. Tusk. Ryan wasn't quite as stupid as I'd thought. While the classroom was buzzing with heated discussion, a figure suddenly appeared at the Class A doorway. Jason stood there arrogantly clutching a copy of the transcript and pointed at me aggressively, shouting, "Ethan Bennett, you actually dared cheat." Well, that was fast. He really couldn't hold himself back. I raised an eyebrow, handed the phone back to Noah, crossed my arms over my chest, and leaned back in my chair looking calmly at him. Classmate, you say I cheated, so where's your evidence? Jason snorted coldly and slapped the phone down on the desk. The screen showed my old school transcripts. No, this is the evidence. You used to fail every single subject, and now you suddenly scored this high. If that's not cheating, then what is? I lazily lifted my eyes toward him, my gaze behind the lenses carrying a hint of mockery, and slowly said, "This classmate, do you even know what evidence means? Evidence is something that can actually prove a fact. For example, eyewitness testimony, physical proof that I cheated, video or audio evidence, things like that. What you're holding doesn't count as evidence." Seeing how firm I was, Jason got so angry that even his fingers started trembling. At that moment, Ryan also walked in from behind him, still wearing that harmless, harmless, innocent expression, as though the word kind-hearted was written all over him. He tugged lightly at Jason's sleeve and said softly, "Jason, don't be angry." Even though Ethan's grades used to be bad, he must have worked really hard to score this high. I believe him. What a performance. Jason almost jumped up in anger. "Ryan, you're just too kind. That's why he keeps fooling you. He definitely cheated." Then he looked at me confidently again, his face full of a cold smile. "It doesn't matter if you refuse to admit it. I've already told the principal and the disciplinary director. They'll be here any minute. Let's see how you talk your way out of this then. Ryan hadn't expected Jason to take things this far, but that was fine too. Once this became a huge scene, he'd see how this useless idiot got out of it. Better yet, they could prove on the spot that I'd cheated, and immediately kick me out of Kingston High. Then, Olivia and Mom and Dad would definitely be disappointed in me, and then, Ryan could become the family's only precious child again. Looking at the smug smile Ryan couldn't quite hide, I secretly rolled my eyes. He really was all brawn and no brains. It must have taken quite an effort for him to come up with such a, supposedly, clever public opinion trap. If this had been the old me, I might really have fallen into his trap. Unfortunately for him, I wasn't the same person anymore. Just then, a crisp female voice rang out. "Who are you people? Why are you standing around my seat?" Jessica had just come back from playing basketball, and when she saw people crowding around her desk, her brows immediately furrowed. Jason and Ryan hadn't expected my deskmate to be Jessica Walker, and quickly backed away several steps in alarm. Clearing space around her desk, Jessica was tall, bright, and youthful, with a basketball in her hand. After the intense exercise, beads of sweat rolled down her cheek and disappeared beneath her collar, making her look both energetic and unusually striking. Ryan's face turned red like a complete fool. Although he liked Claire, that woman was far too cold and distant, and he rarely even got the chance to see her. If he could make use of Jessica's feelings for him, and used a Walker family to fulfill his ambitions, that wouldn't be bad either. His gaze fell on the shaved ice Jessica was carrying in her left hand, and the corner of his mouth curled upward. He assumed she'd definitely bought it for him. So, under everyone's watchful eyes, Ryan put on a faint smile and slowly walked toward Jessica, pretending to be shy. "Jessica, how did you know I wanted shaved ice?" "Thanks," he said as he reached out to take it, but the instant his fingers touched the bag, it was suddenly yanked away. Jessica protectively held the bag against herself and stared at him in disbelief. "Are you crazy? If you want some, go buy your own. Why are you trying to steal mine?" Ryan completely froze. Didn't she always buy him milk tea and snacks before? Wasn't this supposed to be for him? Ryan's expression stiffened, and he stammered, "Jessica." "It's me, Ryan." Jessica frowned and looked at him like he was mentally unstable. "Call yourself whatever you want. What does that have to do with me? You could call yourself George Washington for all I care. If you want food, spend your own money and buy it." Seeing this, I couldn't help laughing. Say what you wanted. Jessica really did have an entertaining way of dealing with people. Jessica placed the shaved ice on my desk and instantly changed her expression, smiling so brightly that her eyes curved into crescents. "Boss, I bought this for you. I added extra coconut jelly and raisins. Normally, I definitely wouldn't have accepted it because I didn't like owing anyone favors. But right now, I could enjoy something sweet and icy, while also watching Ryan grit his teeth in humiliation, which actually sounded pretty good. I curled my lips into a smile and accepted the shaved ice. "Thanks." The moment Jessica saw me accept it, her eyes lit up. This was recognition from her boss for her loyal service, and she instantly looked completely encouraged. "Boss, if you like it, I'll buy you 10 of these every day." I said speechlessly, "Absolutely not, thanks." 10 shaved ices a day. Was this girl trying to send me to the hospital? Ryan gritted his teeth furiously and glared viciously at me. That bastard was definitely doing this on purpose. The entire school knew Jessica liked him. Yet, I had deliberately gotten close to her and seduced her just to humiliate him. Now, listening to the waves of laughter around him, Ryan's face turned bright red, and he was so aggrieved he nearly cried. The humiliation made him want to run away immediately. Even though Jason had a terrible temper, he still didn't dare directly confront Jessica. So he could only stop Ryan from leaving and quietly advise him. "Ryan, just put up with it for now. The principal and teachers will be here soon. Then that kid will get what's coming to him." Ryan's foot, which had already stepped away, abruptly stopped. Right, he couldn't leave yet. He still needed to stay and watch me make a fool of myself. He wanted to see what trick I could possibly use to escape this time. The principal had been holding a meeting in the disciplinary office, and when he heard the news, his eyebrows shot up in fury. His school had, finally, produced another exceptional top student. So who was this shameless person? constantly spreading rumors every other day. What's going on? The principal walked into the classroom with a group of teachers and asked coldly. The noisy classroom instantly fell silent. Jason gathered his courage and stepped forward, pointing at me as he complained, Principal, teachers, Ethan Bennett cheated on the exam. His score this time is fake. It doesn't reflect his real ability at all. Before the principal could even speak, Mr. Carter, who was standing behind him, heard the accusation and immediately jumped forward. I knew there had to be something wrong with Ethan Bennett, so he cheated. Principal, since he cheated, he violated school rules, so I propose that a student with such poor character be expelled from Kingston High. He'd already disliked me for being disrespectful toward authority and refusing to obey him. I'd openly contradicted him in class and made him lose face. So what if my grades were good? No matter how good they were, he still didn't want me around. Now that he finally had a reason to drive me out, nothing could have been better. The moment those words came out, Jessica immediately panicked. Principal, don't listen to his nonsense. Boss, no. My deskmate could never have cheated. Anyone else might cheat, but he wouldn't. That blind faith in me. For a moment, I didn't even know what to say. Mr. Carter snorted coldly, clearly not believing her. You say he didn't cheat, so that means he didn't. Did you actually see it? Jessica was left speechless. He was taking the exam in Class A, while I was in a different exam room. We were so far apart, how could she possibly have seen him? Jason and Ryan exchanged a smile. They hadn't expected even the Class A homeroom teacher to think I'd cheated. This time, I was definitely finished. But just then, a sharp female voice came from the back of the crowd. I saw it. Everyone immediately turned around. There stood a girl in her school uniform, Emily Bennett, tall and graceful, holding a stack of test papers in her arms at the doorway. It looked like she'd just gone to pick them up, under everyone's gaze. She stepped forward with the papers in her arms and continued. During the exam, I saw Ethan turn in his papers early. He submitted science about 1 hour after the exam started, and both math and English after only 40 minutes. Principal, if you don't believe me, you can ask the proctors who were there. Or check the surveillance footage. At that moment, one teacher spoke up, That's true. There really was a student who turned in his paper not long after the exam started and left. I even looked at his paper specifically, and his work was genuinely excellent. Another teacher chimed in, Now that you mention it, I remember that too. Emily's expression remained calm as she continued. Kingston High's exam papers are written by our own teachers, so the answers can't be found online at all. And Ethan was in the last exam room, so there was no one he could copy from. Even if he somehow could copy, in the very last exam room, whose paper could possibly give him perfect scores. Her words sounded like she was simply stating objective facts, but every sentence was actually defending me. I curled my lips into a faint smile and sat lazily in my seat, watching Emily stand in front of me and argue on my behalf. A strange warmth spread through my chest. After my mom died in my previous life, I was sent to an orphanage and grew up there. An orphan with no family at all. Later, when I entered the entertainment industry, it was full of scheming, deception, and betrayal. I never had a single true friend. No one had ever stood in front of me like family and protected me. I'd always believed that as long as I was strong enough, I wouldn't need anyone else's protection. But now, it seemed I'd been wrong, because being defended by someone actually felt pretty good. Emily seemed to notice my gaze and glanced back at me, then quickly looked away, the tips of her ears turning slightly red. She wasn't helping me. She just didn't want me to embarrass the Bennett family. Right, that had to be it. The principal naturally didn't believe I'd cheated, but with so many people questioning it, he had no choice but to handle it officially. Ethan, do you have anything you want to say? I curled my lips into a faint smile and stood up to face the principal. My gaze was steady, Principal. I'll say the same thing again. I didn't cheat. Since some teachers and students don't believe me, the best solution is to let me take the exam again. The moment I said that, Mr. Carter sneered, Take it again. You've already seen every test paper. If you take them again, you'll already know all the answers. I raised my eyes and looked at him coldly. That single glance seemed capable of piercing straight through his soul, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Since you still don't believe me, Mr. Carter, then have the teachers here create new questions on the spot. Mr. Carter froze under my gaze. when he came back to his senses. He realized he'd actually been intimidated by a teenager and immediately snorted coldly. Fine. Then we'll make the questions on the spot. If you can't solve them, immediately. Get out of Class A and get out of Kingston High. I tilted my head and accepted the challenge. Fine. But if I solve them, then you, Mr. Carter, pack your things and get out of Kingston High. How about that? Mr. Carter hadn't expected me to turn the tables on him and angrily slapped the desk. How dare you? I wasn't afraid in the slightest and smiled. It's a bet, isn't it? A wager is only interesting when both sides put something on the line. Don't tell me you're afraid, Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter cared deeply about saving face, and with so many people watching, he could only grit his teeth and agree. He refused to believe I could really get every question right. What a joke. The teachers exchanged bewildered looks, with no idea how things had escalated this far, but none of them dared say anything. They all waited for the principal to decide. The principal looked at my confident expression, then at Mr. Carter's furious face, and finally waved his hand. All right, a few teachers come up with some questions for Ethan on the spot. If he answers all of them correctly, that proves he didn't cheat. At that moment, one teacher volunteered. I just wrote a few physics problems that I originally planned to give my own class. They'll work perfectly for testing Ethan. With that, he was about to bring the questions over. But I stood where I was and said, Sir, just read them aloud. I'll calculate them mentally. That way, no one can accuse me of hiding answers inside my pen. My words were filled with obvious sarcasm. Mr. Carter heard the mocking tone in my voice and nearly passed out from anger. The teacher frowned. Ethan, these are major physics problems. There's no way you'll be able to solve them mentally. Physics problems like these don't just involve calculations. They also require several formulas. Forget mental math. Even solving one in under a minute on paper would be impressive. But I remained completely confident. It's fine. Just read them out loud. Seeing how insistent I was, the teacher had no choice but to begin reading. Almost the instant he finished reading the first problem, I blurted out the answer. Everyone froze where they stood, unable to believe anyone could calculate it that quickly. One problem after another. I gave the answer immediately after hearing each question. Even when the teachers made up new problems on the spot, I answered them fluently without hesitation. By the time teachers from every subject had finished testing me, they were all completely convinced. Their eyes filled with admiration. This kid was an incredibly rare talent. Only Mr. Carter, after hearing me answer one question after another with ease, had his expression changed dramatically. He shouted in disbelief, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could anyone mentally solve even the long-form problems? I crossed my arms and looked at him coldly. Mr. Carter, if you still don't believe me, then keep testing me. I have plenty of time. Sooner or later, I'll make you believe it. The principal finally couldn't help stepping in. Ethan can answer every question fluently, which proves he has an extremely strong command of the material. His score is clearly genuine. There's no need to keep testing him. This matter ends here. Once the principal spoke, no one dared say anything else. I looked at Mr. Carter expressionlessly and said loudly, Since I answered every question correctly and proved that I didn't cheat, then may I ask, Mr. Carter, when are you going to honor what you just said? Mr. Carter's face changed instantly. His original intention had been to drive me out, but instead, his plan had backfired and pushed him into a dead end. Kingston High was one of the top high schools in the entire state. Every year, teachers fought fiercely for the chance to work here. After all, the pay and benefits were excellent, and the position brought enormous prestige. If you told people you taught at Kingston High, who wouldn't show you some respect? Even senior officials from the Education Bureau would greet you with a smile. Besides, he'd been teaching for so many years and had gone through enormous effort just to become the homeroom teacher of Class A. In a few more years, he could have been promoted into school administration. And now, at this critical moment, he was being told to leave. How could he possibly accept that? Even the principal looked troubled. There were less than 2 months left before the college entrance exam. If they fired a teacher now, then in such a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to find a suitable replacement. Ethan, the college entrance exam is almost here. We shouldn't let this interfere with everyone's studies and progress. How about we discuss this matter again after the exam? The principal's tone, was gentle and conciliatory. I curled my lips into a faint smile, with no intention of letting it go. Principal, teachers are always telling us to keep our word, that a promise should be worth its weight in gold, and that people must be trustworthy. So why is it that when teachers themselves make a promise, they can go back on it? How are they supposed to educate students that way? And what kind of example are students supposed to follow? If word of this gets out, what happens to Kingston High's reputation? My voice was firm and powerful. Every word rang clearly through the room. Mr. Carter's face twisted with rage, and his fingernails dug hard into his palms. You little bastard. As he spoke, he raised his hand and lunged toward me. I raised an eyebrow and deliberately put on a frightened expression as I stepped backward, happening to move behind the principal. Then I said pitifully, Principal, look, Mr. Carter is actually trying to hit me. This is terrifying. He dares act like this right in front of you. Once you leave, won't he beat me to death? Then how am I supposed to study or take my exams? Wasn't it just pretending to be innocent? That kind of acting came naturally to me. The principal saw his prized top student looking so frightened and immediately frowned protectively, stepping in front of me. Mr. Carter, as a teacher, how can you threaten a student in front of everyone? What kind of behavior is that? How about this? You and Ms. Miller from Class B will switch positions. You'll teach Class B for the time being. As for your future assignment, we'll hold another meeting after the college entrance exam to discuss it in detail. Then the principal looked at me and said gently, Ethan, don't be afraid. If anyone treats you unfairly, just come to me. I'll make sure justice is done, all right? Being a principal wasn't easy either. He had to calm the students down, while also worrying about the school's college admission rate. I'd already achieved my goal, so I knew when to stop and nodded. All right, principal. Hey, anyway, all I'd wanted was for Mr. Carter to get out of Class A. That guy clearly had it out for me. And who knew what dirty tricks he'd try next? It wasn't that I was afraid of him. I just had the college entrance exam coming up and didn't want to waste time on pointless nonsense. When Mr. Carter heard the principal's decision, even though he was boiling with rage, he had no choice but to swallow it. Yes, principal, fortunately he hadn't been fired yet. The principal was still keeping him at the school, which meant he still had a chance. He just needed to behave well for a while. And everything that belonged to him could still be taken back. As for the promise he'd made to me earlier, he'd have plenty of ways later to make sure I got kicked out before the college entrance exam. His gaze was filled with vicious resentment and unwillingness. I simply rolled my eyes indifferently and didn't take him seriously at all, since I was capable of making him lose his position. As Class A's teacher, I naturally had ways to make him behave himself too. The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead, finally relieved that the matter was settled. All right, now that everything's been handled, everyone go back to class. Stop crowding around here. I suddenly raised an eyebrow with interest and called loudly toward the corner, Wait, principal, there's one more thing I'd like you to settle fairly for me. The principal's foot instantly stopped mid-step. What now? This top student might be brilliant, but he really did attract trouble everywhere he went. I smiled, next, and said earlier Jason Ryan said that if I scored 700 points, they'd bow and apologize to me in front of the entire school. Now that I've done it, shouldn't they honor their promise too? Jason and Ryan, who had been hiding in the corner and preparing to sneak away, both froze. The principal frowned. That happened too. Where are those two students? Come out and apologize to Ethan. Ryan gritted his teeth furiously and couldn't help glaring resentfully at Jason. Look at the mess he'd caused. If he wanted to make a bet, fine, but why did he have to drag Ryan into it? Now look what happened. Ryan had to humiliate himself too. Jason hadn't expected things to turn out like this either. He'd been certain I couldn't possibly score 700. Yet not only had I done it, I'd even taken first place in the entire grade. With so many teachers and students watching, they had no choice but to step forward and apologize. Ethan, we're sorry. We shouldn't have. I suddenly raised my hand and cut them off. My eyes flashed behind the lenses. As I said, since the agreement was to do it in front of the entire school, this doesn't count. Isn't there a school-wide rally next week? You can bow and apologize under the national flag then. What do you think, principal? How could the principal dare say no? He'd just transferred Mr. Carter away to keep this troublesome genius happy. And now, it was only a matter of two students apologizing. He agreed without hesitation. Fine. When the time comes, I'll have the disciplinary office arrange it. I looked at Ryan and Jason's resentful expressions and smiled in satisfaction. That's more like it. Things are only interesting when they're finished properly. After everyone dispersed, the only person who had truly benefited from the whole situation, Ms. Laura Miller, now Class A's homeroom teacher, came over to me and said with a smile, "Ethan, look at that, what a coincidence. Now we're teacher and student in the same class. Who would have thought that because of one sentence from you, I'd saved myself 10 years of climbing the ladder and jumped straight from Class B to Class A. You're practically my lifesaver." I frowned. This teacher really talked too much. When I ignored her, Ms. Miller immediately looked hurt. "Ethan, you didn't forget me, did you? I was the one who proctored your entrance exam. Do you still remember my name?" Her talking was giving me a headache. Why did this teacher have so much to say? When Ms. Miller saw me shake my head, she immediately looked aggrieved. "How could you forget? I was basically the first teacher you met when you came to Kingston High. But I'll forgive you, so I'll tell you again. You absolutely have to remember that my name is Laura Miller. It's an easy name to remember." At that moment, I suddenly felt like Mr. Carter hadn't been that bad after all. Sure, he disliked me, but at least he didn't talk this much. Meanwhile, at Walker Group headquarters, Claire sat in the CEO's chair, her eyes dark and gloomy, an icy chill radiating from her entire body. It's as though she might explode in anger at any second. Sophia stood nervously to the side, rapidly running through all of the company's recent projects in her mind. There hadn't been any major problems lately. So, what was with the CEO's terrifying aura? After a while, Claire's low voice finally sounded. "Gather everyone from public relations and the technical department. All of them. We're holding a meeting in 5 minutes." Sophia didn't dare delay, and hurriedly nodded, "Yes, Ms. Walker." On the way to the conference room, the public relations manager and the technology manager crowded around Sophia, nervously wiping sweat from their foreheads. "Sophia, what's going on? Did something happen to the company? Why are we suddenly having an emergency meeting?" Sophia frowned, without slowing her steps, and said as she walked, "I'm not sure either. But judging by Ms. Walker's expression, it looks extremely serious. You'd better be fully prepared. I've never seen her look like this before. Whatever happened this time probably won't be easy to handle." The moment she said that, everyone immediately straightened up and became completely alert. Inside the conference room, Claire's slender fingers tapped against the table, making a steady thud, thud, thud. That sounded especially clear in the silent room. Everyone below sat rigidly in their seats, even breathing as carefully as possible, afraid that one wrong move would bring trouble down on them. After a long moment, Claire finally spoke, her cold voice carrying restrained anger. "There are 4 issues we need to resolve in today's meeting. I expect all of them handled as quickly as possible. Don't waste my time." If the CEO was this angry, then the matter had to be extremely serious. Yes, everyone hurriedly opened their laptops, their fingers ready to take notes. First issue. A defamatory post appeared on Kingston High's forum, spreading rumors about my fiancé. I want every piece of information tied to that IP address. Within 1 minute, everyone's fingers froze over their keyboards, and their eyes widened in disbelief. What? The CEO has a fiancé? Even Sophia's eyes widened, and she nearly threw out her back in shock. What? The CEO had called an emergency meeting, and gotten this furious just because of that. Claire gave them no opportunity to satisfy their curiosity. She glanced at her watch, and parted her lips. "Your time starts now." Walker Group's technical team consisted entirely of elites, so tracing an IP address was child's play. In less than 30 seconds, all the information was delivered to Claire. "Ms. Walker, we've traced the post to somewhere inside Kingston High. Using precise location tracking, we narrowed it down to one of the school's classrooms. Then we cross-referenced mobile data and found that the post was made by a student named Jason Reed. We also pulled his student profile from Kingston High's records and sent everything to your email. We've also already taken down the defamatory post about Mr. Bennett." The moment Claire heard the words, Mr. Bennett, the icy aura around her softened slightly, and even the corners of her lips couldn't help lifting. "Increase this month's bonus by 30%. Go handle it with finance yourselves." The technology director nearly froze. That's all it took. Holy crap, I actually pulled it off. That little bit of flattery really worked. Claire's expression remained cold. As her fingers skillfully opened her email, in an instant, a detailed profile complete with a 1-inch ID photo appeared on her computer screen. Jason Reed, heir to Reed Group. After Claire finished reviewing the file, she spoke again. Second issue. 3 minutes. Find out every part of Reed Group's industrial chain and all of its business dealings with other companies. For a moment, the conference room fell silent before the rapid clatter of keyboards filled the air. 2 minutes later, a detailed report was sent to Claire's email again. Her fingers tapped lightly against the table as she glanced through all the information about Reed Group in her inbox. Then she ordered Sophia, 1 week. I don't want to see Reed Group again. After that, Sophia hurriedly nodded. Yes, Ms. Walker, this was terrifying. Walker Group was currently the largest corporation in the country, and almost no one dared provoke it lightly. Yet it rarely suppressed other businesses. On the contrary, whenever Claire saw a smaller company facing bankruptcy, she would sometimes even step in to help. But this time, it seemed Reed Group had truly crossed her bottom line. Still, no one could really blame Claire. Who told them not to raise their son properly? Of all the people he could have bullied, he had to bully their future CEO's husband. Claire had finally found someone she genuinely cared about, and she couldn't spoil him enough. Yet they actually dared bully him. Weren't they just asking for trouble? Third issue. Find a decent orphanage somewhere in this city. The environment doesn't have to be great, but the security must be excellent. Preferably somewhere a person can't escape from once they're sent inside. Sophia froze. An orphanage. For a moment, Sophia couldn't process it. Why had the topic suddenly shifted to orphanages? And somewhere people could be locked inside and unable to leave. What kind of orphanage was that? That sounded more like a prison. Could it be that Claire wanted to send Jason, who had bullied Ethan, to an orphanage? But the boy had parents. No orphanage would take him. After thinking herself in circles, Sophia couldn't help asking, Ms. Walker, are you planning to send Jason there? He's almost an adult, so that might be difficult. And he still has parents. Legally speaking, that would amount to unlawful confinement. So it might not be easy to arrange. It's not impossible if you insist. But it would be pretty troublesome. Claire frowned. Who said I wanted to send him there? Is he even worthy? Sophia froze. Then who are you planning to send? Jessica. Sophia's eyes widened in disbelief. Miss Jessica. Although Claire had always been strict with Jessica, she had never deprived her of anything materially and had always protected her, even when Jessica insisted on pursuing esports. Claire had researched countless professional esports players and only kept opposing it after learning how damaging the career could be to the body. That was why she'd refused to support it. Claire cared so much about Jessica. So why would she suddenly want to send her away? What was going on? Sophia was just about to ask when she caught sight of Claire's computer screen, which was covered with countless photographs. That looked like they'd been taken by a private investigator. There were photos of Jessica and Ethan laughing together, photos of them leaning close while solving problems, and even photos of them fooling around together on the road. In short, the two of them looked extremely close in every picture. Sophia understood. Apparently, in Claire's heart, her little sister still couldn't compare with her future husband. The longer Claire looked at those photos, the angrier she became, and the more she wanted to lose her temper. Forget it. Don't look for an orphanage. Sophia breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Claire had finally softened. Find a cemetery instead. Someone can still escape from an orphanage. Bury her in a cemetery. And the problem is solved once and for all. Sophia stared blankly as Claire sighed and rubbed her aching temples. Before continuing, all right, final issue. And this is the main point of today's meeting. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they were getting back to business. Their CEO had finally remembered what they actually did for a living. Today's main issue is how to, naturally, subtly, and without looking forced, get my fiancé to come to my house of his own accord. The moment those words came out, the entire room fell completely silent. Even the sound of typing disappeared. Whoever can solve this problem gets 1 full year of paid leave, with full salary, and 10 times their usual year-end bonus. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. Even Sophia, after hearing such tempting terms, felt the urge to offer a few suggestions. Inside a private KTV room, crash, bang, Every bottle, glass, fruit platter, and pastry on the table was swept onto the floor, leaving the place in complete chaos. Jason looked at the furious Ryan and jumped in fright. Then he stammered nervously, "Ryan, I'm sorry. I dragged you into this. I was only trying to help you and get revenge for you." Who would have thought that Ethan would actually have another trick up his sleeve? Jason genuinely regarded Ryan as a close friend. After hearing Ryan complain about everything, he had immediately taken his side and treated me as an enemy too, even though he personally had never had any real grudge against me. But the thought that because of him, Ryan would also have to go on stage and apologize filled him with guilt. He had even forgotten that he could have stayed completely out of this mess. Ryan took several deep breaths before barely suppressing the urge to hit someone. Jason really was hopelessly thick-headed. It would have been bad enough if Jason alone had to apologize, but he dragged Ryan into it too. Now Ryan would lose face in front of so many people. If his sisters and parents found out, they would definitely think differently of him. Then everything Ryan had worked so hard to build inside the Bennett family might collapse completely, but he couldn't fall out with Jason yet. Right now, Jason was the only person he could still use. If even Jason stopped helping him, he would be far too weak to fight Ethan alone. "It's okay, I was just too angry earlier. I never expected Ethan to be so ruthless, that he wouldn't even spare me, and made you suffer because of me too. I'm sorry, Jason. I didn't think things through carefully enough." Ryan pressed his lips together, his eyes turning slightly red, and his voice carrying a faint sob, as he put on the perfect appearance of someone deeply wronged. Sure enough, the moment Jason saw him like that, his sense of justice instantly flared up. He angrily rolled up his sleeves. "Ryan, you're just too kind. He treats you that badly, and you're still thinking about him." Clearly, Jason had already forgotten that they had been the ones who deliberately started the trouble in the first place. Ryan sniffled and said dejectedly, "Everyone in the family sides with Ethan. He's so outstanding too. And now, he even ranked first in the entire grade. There's no way I can compete with him. If he hates me, I can only endure it." Hearing how pitiful Ryan sounded, Jason's heart immediately ached for him. He had once envied Ryan for being born into the Bennett family and having 7 sisters who spoiled him like a treasure. But now, it seemed Ryan had plenty of troubles and helplessness too. It was all Ethan's fault. If he had never come back, Ryan wouldn't have suffered this much. "No, I have to help Ryan." At that moment, Jason suddenly remembered something and excitedly leaned toward Ryan. "Ryan, I just remembered something. This will definitely help you beat Ethan. Then your parents will be proud of you too." Ryan immediately raised his lowered head and asked eagerly, "What is it?" Jason continued. "A few days ago, I heard someone talking to my dad. Director Evelyn Yang is coming to our school to cast a supporting role for her new movie. The role needs to be played by a teenage boy who knows ballet." "Ryan, didn't you study ballet? And you're already at level 9. Plus, you're handsome. You'll definitely get the role." Ryan immediately perked up after hearing that, his eyes filling with excitement. Director Evelyn Yang. He's won major directing awards, both nationally and internationally. Every movie she makes becomes a huge hit. Countless celebrities would fight just to get even a tiny cameo in one of her films. And she's helped launch more award-winning actors and actresses than anyone can count. If I really get chosen, I'll bring enormous pride to the Bennett family. Is this information reliable? So many people want to act in Director Yang's movies. Could she really not find anyone suitable? Ryan asked doubtfully. Jason hurriedly explained, "I heard the requirements for this role are incredibly strict. The boy has to look innocent and untouched by the world, while also carrying the weariness of someone who suffered through life. And he has to know ballet too. Most male celebrities in the entertainment industry already fail just because of the first requirement. I heard Director Yang has traveled across more than half the country, trying to find someone for the role. So this information is absolutely real. She'll be coming to our school within the next few days. The principal has already agreed to it, and my dad just happens to know one of Director Yang's assistants. Since I also happen to attend Kingston High, he mentioned it in passing, and I overheard. Ryan, you should start preparing in advance. This time, you'll definitely outshine Ethan." A determined gleam instantly flashed through Ryan's eyes. He clenched his fists, trying hard to suppress his excitement. Although he was only the Bennett family's adopted son, all these years, Mr. and Mrs. Bennett had poured all their love for a son into him, and had spared no effort in raising him, whether it was etiquette, social skills, or every kind of extracurricular class. They signed him up for anything they could. Among them, ballet was what he'd studied the longest, and what he was best at. He had already passed level 9. Ethan, that country bumpkin, had grown up in a poor family. He was lucky enough just to have food on the table. How could he possibly have had money to study ballet? This time, Ryan wanted to see what Ethan could possibly use to compete with him. The moment Jason stepped through his front door, a sudden slap struck him so hard that his head rang with a loud buzz. Smack! His left ear immediately started ringing from the blow. When he looked up, he saw his furious father, with his sleeves rolled up and his face flushed red. Even though Jason's mother was holding him back, he was still so angry he wanted to slap Jason again. "You ungrateful bastard, you still have the nerve to come home. If I don't teach you a lesson today." Jason's mother's eyes were also red, as though she'd just been crying. Seeing her son get hit made her heart ache terribly. "Jason, listen to me. Go upstairs and get some rest first." Jason had a stubborn temper, and stood there clutching his swollen left cheek, refusing to move. "Dad, what are you doing? Why did you hit me for no reason?" For no reason, his father's chest heaved violently with rage, as though he might collapse at any moment. He pointed at Jason with a trembling hand. "It's all because of you. Our company is completely finished. That company was built by your grandfather and me. And now, look what happened. The money is gone, the projects are gone, the company is gone. Everything is gone." After saying that, he collapsed onto the carpet and broke down sobbing. It was the first time Jason had ever seen his father like this. In his memory, his father had always been confident and energetic, a powerful businessman who laughed and talked with ease. Everyone who met him had to show him respect. But today he looked like a broken beggar who had lost everything. His face exhausted and aged. Jason's heart dropped, and a massive wave of panic surged through him. His instincts told him something terrible had happened to the family, and it was probably something he couldn't possibly handle. He looked at his mother, who was silently crying nearby, and forced down his fear, before asking in a trembling voice, "Mom, what happened? Stop scaring me, what happened?" Jason's mother looked at him through tear-filled eyes, and sobbed, "Jason? Our company has gone bankrupt." Jason felt the world spin. As though everything around him had collapsed, he shook his head desperately in disbelief, muttering, "No, that's impossible. Everything was fine during the day. Dad even said we'd landed a huge project. And as long as we handled it well, this year's revenue would be several points higher than last year's." Jason's face went deathly pale, and he grabbed his mother's sleeve in panic, as though it were his last lifeline. "Mom, you're lying to me, right? Is it because you don't want to buy me those new, limited edition sneakers? So you're saying this to scare me. I don't want them anymore. I really don't. Please, stop lying to me." By then, Jason's mother was already crying uncontrollably. Her usually elegant hair was completely disheveled, and she looked at Jason with love and helplessness. "Jason, when are you finally going to grow up?" "Dan." Jason suddenly covered his ears and screamed hysterically. His face filled with disbelief. His voice was sharp and stubborn. "I don't believe it. I won't believe it. There's no way our family could go bankrupt. You must be lying to me." "Yeah, you're both lying." Afraid that he would lose control completely, his mother hurriedly hugged him. "Jason, calm down. I just thought of something. There might still be a way out." Jason froze and mechanically repeated, "A way out." Even his father, who was collapsed on the floor, looked toward her hopefully. "Honey, are you serious? There really might be a way out." Jason's mother nodded. "Yes. Do you remember? When you called people earlier asking for help, even though they all refused, they still revealed one thing. They said this happened because Jason offended someone at school he never should have offended, and that's why someone is crushing Reed Group. Jason, think carefully. Who have you gotten into conflicts with at school recently before getting married?" Jason's mother had also been a fairly well-known businesswoman. She only gradually stepped away from business after marrying his father, but she had never lost her sharp instincts. Once she calmed down, she realized there might still be room to turn things around. If everyone was saying Jason had provoked someone at school, then that was where they needed to start looking. If they needed to apologize, they would apologize. If they needed to compensate someone, they would compensate them. Maybe things could still be fixed. Jason's eyes were red, and his hands tightly clenched his sleeves, as he desperately tried to remember everyone he'd offended at school. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Ethan Bennett. Over the past few days, the only person he'd truly clashed with was Ethan. "Mom, I remember now. It was Ethan Bennett." Jason's mother frowned and thought carefully about that information. After a long while, she said, "You mean the biological son the Bennett family recently brought back?" Jason nodded. "Yes, that's him." But after thinking again, he shook his head. "No, that doesn't make sense. Ryan and I are close friends. I only fought with Ethan because I was helping Ryan. If the Bennett family really went after us, Ryan would have told me." Jason's mother pressed her lips together and remained silent, her mind rapidly analyzing everything. Although Reed Group couldn't compare with Bennett Group, it was still a respected local company. Bennett Group alone couldn't destroy them in such a short period of time. There had to be an even more powerful force behind it. "Jason, call your friend Ryan. Tell him our family went bankrupt, and see what he says." Jason looked reluctant. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of a classmate. His mother saw through him immediately and glared at him fiercely. "If you still want to keep going to school, living in a villa, and buying designer brands, then do what I say." Jason had no choice but to obediently take out his phone and make the call. Meanwhile, Ryan was standing outside my bedroom door with a flattering expression, looking pitiful as he tried to win my sympathy. "Ethan, congratulations on ranking first in the entire grade. Mom and Dad will definitely be thrilled when they find out." I leaned against the door and raised an eyebrow. "Did you knock on my door just to congratulate me?" There was no way I believed this guy was that kind-hearted. Sure enough, Ryan's eyes immediately turned red, and he stepped forward, gently tugging on my sleeve. His voice choked pitifully. "Ethan, Jason posted your old grades on the school forum, and even humiliated you there. I only found out about it afterward. I never imagined he was that jealous of you, or that he'd hurt you like this. If I'd known sooner, I definitely would have stopped him. The bet wasn't my idea either. Jason was the one who overestimated himself. Honestly, I'm not even that close to him. We're just ordinary classmates. I never expected him to drag me into the bet too, and create a rift between us as brothers. He's really gone too far. Ethan, please don't be angry with me because of him, okay?" I clicked my tongue inwardly. Just look at this skill. At shifting blame and twisting black into white. No wonder in the original novel, both the original Ethan and all those Bennett family business elites were manipulated by him like puppets. With acting skills like these, even I, a former award-winning actor, had to admire him. I curled my lips into a faint smile, curious to see what he was really after. "That's all, fine. I forgive you. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to studying." With that, I turned to leave. Ryan hadn't expected me to forgive him so easily. He'd assumed it would take a huge amount of effort. So he hurriedly continued with an ingratiating smile. "Ethan, since you've forgiven me, could you tell the teacher to forget about the apology under the national flag? After all, this had nothing to do with me. Jason caused the whole thing." The moment I heard that, I couldn't help snorting coldly. "So, this is what you were waiting for." If I hadn't read the original novel, I might actually have believed him, with that pitiful look on his face. According to the original novel, everything Jason had done had been for Ryan, yet Ryan managed to clear himself of all responsibility in just a few sentences. I wondered how Jason, who had always believed Ryan was kind and innocent, would react if he knew Ryan was slandering him like this. He'd probably explode with rage. Actually, Ryan suddenly lowering himself to apologize wasn't simply because apologizing in front of the entire school would be humiliating. More importantly, Kingston High's upcoming rally required parents to attend as well. The purpose was to motivate the students, while giving parents a sense of involvement and urgency about the college entrance exam. Although Mom and Dad were overseas taking care of Grandpa these days, and Olivia was away on a business trip, so no one from our family could attend. Some parents at Kingston High were business partners of the Bennett family. Ryan definitely didn't want to take that risk, because if someone happened to bring it up over dinner or drinks, our family would definitely think he'd been bullying me. though no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to lower his head and apologize. Ring, ring, ring. A crisp phone ringtone suddenly sounded. Ryan was already on the verge of getting what he wanted. All he needed was for me to say he didn't have to. Apologize under the national flag. And then the phone rang at exactly the wrong moment. Ryan ignored the ringtone and continued looking at me pitifully with a frown, trying to continue where he'd left off. Ethan, about apologizing under the national flag. Can we just forget about it? The phone continued ringing relentlessly. I leaned lazily against the doorframe, without answering him directly, and casually said, "You should answer your phone first." Ryan gritted his teeth, and reluctantly pulled out his phone. The screen showed that Jason was calling. Why was Jason calling him now? After a moment of silence, Ryan finally answered, immediately. Jason's anxious, tearful voice came through the phone. "Ryan, please help me. My family's bankrupt." His voice wasn't very loud, but the hallway was so quiet that I heard every word clearly. I couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Ryan froze too, and quickly turned away before asking quietly, "What happened? Wasn't everything fine earlier today?" Jason began sobbing softly. My dad said, "It's because I offended someone at school I shouldn't have. Someone is targeting our family at school. The only person I've had a serious conflict with is Ethan Bennett. It has to be him. Ryan, please help me beg him to let my family go. And the only reason I fought with him was because I was standing up for you." Ryan pressed his lips together and glanced from the corner of his eye toward me, standing at the doorway and leaning against the frame. I was wearing white silk pajamas, and under the warm orange light, I somehow carried a different kind of presence, although my appearance looked ordinary, with the large, thick lenses hiding most of my face. Simply standing there in silence made me seem strangely unapproachable. In Ryan's memory, I had once been pale and painfully thin, looking severely malnourished. Yet at some point, that seemed to have started changing. Ryan clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding from sheer frustration. Why did this country bumpkin from the countryside get to act so superior in front of him? He was supposed to be the Bennett family's eldest young master. Ryan took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound normal, and said quietly, "Jason, don't be upset. Don't worry, I'll ask Ethan to help you." A voice filled with relieved tears came through the phone. "Ryan, you're the best, you're really my best brother." After hanging up, Ryan turned around and put on that pitiful expression again. "Ethan, sorry about that. That was Jason calling." I lazily glanced at him, without showing any interest. "So?" Ryan smiled and said softly, "It's nothing. He was just calling to ask me about homework, Ethan. Since you've already forgiven me, then we can forget about the apology under the national flag, right? After all, Jason was the one who made the bet, not me." I suddenly found it almost funny. I seriously wondered how the Bennett family had raised Ryan. How could someone be this shameless? If I hadn't misheard, I just vaguely heard words like bankruptcy, conflict, and begging for help. It wasn't hard to guess what had happened. Although I didn't know whether Jason's family going bankrupt had anything to do with me, I could tell from Ryan's tone that Jason really had been begging him for help. I blinked, tilted my head, and copied his innocent expression. "But Ryan, aren't you and Jason good friends? If you're really good friends, shouldn't you stick together through hard times?" "Who's good friends with him?" Ryan suddenly denied it loudly. "Ethan, you just came back, so you probably don't know much about Reed Group. They're nowhere near our Bennett family. He only got close to me because he wanted benefits. Besides, we're classmates, so I couldn't exactly reject him outright." I reached up and adjusted my glasses, then continued asking, "So what you're saying is, you never actually wanted to be his friend, and he was the one clinging to you?" Hearing that my tone seemed to be softening, Ryan quickly nodded. "Exactly. He's the one who kept clinging to me. When he posted your grades on the forum and framed you, and later challenged you to that bet, I knew nothing about any of it. If I'd known, I definitely wouldn't have let him slander you like that. I only reluctantly stayed friends with him because our families had business ties." A trace of amusement flashed through my eyes, but it was quickly hidden by the reflection on my lenses. "All right, I'll talk to the teacher." Ryan's eyes instantly lit up, as though he hadn't expected me to actually agree. "Thanks, Ethan. Get some rest. I'll head back to my room now." With that, he turned around and left without hesitation. I stood there watching his retreating back and couldn't help sneering. This little brother of mine wasn't just shameless. He was vicious, too. He could turn on a brother who sincerely cared about him without hesitation. Thinking about it carefully, that actually made sense. After the Bennett family went bankrupt, hadn't he also taken all the money and fled overseas? Abandoning the sisters who had once treated him like family. Without a second thought, I returned to my room and pulled my phone out of my pajama pocket. The recording indicator was still flashing. I'd started recording because I was worried Ryan might come looking for trouble, or try some other underhanded trick. So I'd prepared in advance. I hadn't expected to record something this useful. Definitely not a bad outcome. I turned on my computer and pressed a few keys. The screen switched to a programming interface. Then I quickly found Jason's contact information, packaged all the audio files, and sent them to him. Before shutting the computer down, the show's about to begin. Meanwhile, at the Reed residence, Jason had his phone on speaker. After hanging up, he looked hopefully at his father and said excitedly, "Dad, Ryan said he's going to help us. Does that mean our family won't go bankrupt anymore?" Jason's father frowned, still looking worried. He had dealt with countless people after spending so many years fighting his way through the business world, and something told him that this supposedly loyal friend his son kept talking about wasn't as simple as Jason believed. If someone genuinely wanted to help a friend, then after hearing that friend's family was in trouble, their first reaction would either be concern and questions, or immediately trying to find a way to help. Either way, there should have been some emotional reaction, but the boy had been far too calm. So calm that it felt unnatural. "Jason, call Ryan again and ask him indirectly whether he knew the Reed group was being targeted. Don't be too obvious about it." Jason didn't like his father's suggestion, Dad. "Ryan and I are incredibly close. Since he said he'll help, he definitely will. There's no need to ask again. I trust Ryan." Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. An unknown number had sent him an audio file. He was about to delete it when his father stopped him. "Open it and listen," Jason muttered. "It's probably just some prank." But seeing his father's serious expression, he obediently opened the file. In an instant, a clear conversation echoed through the silent living room. "Ethan, Jason posted your old grades on the school forum, and even humiliated you there. I only found out about it afterward. I never imagined he was that jealous of you, or that he'd hurt you like this. If I'd known sooner, I definitely would have stopped him. The bet wasn't my idea either. Jason was the one who overestimated himself. Honestly, I'm not even that close to him. We're just ordinary classmates. I never expected him to drag me into the bet too, and create a rift between us as brothers. He's really gone too far, Ethan. Please don't be angry with me because of him." "Who's good friends with him?" "Ethan, you just came back, so you probably don't know. Reed Group can't compare with Bennett Group. He only got close to me because he wanted something from my family, and we're classmates, so I couldn't exactly reject him outright." The voice in the recording was exactly the same as the one Jason had just heard over the phone. Who else could it be but Ryan? The audio clip wasn't long, but it was crystal clear. Every single word could be heard perfectly. Jason froze completely, his face turning deathly pale. What had he just heard? Ryan said Jason had only approached him for personal gain, and that he had never considered Jason a real friend. He even called Jason a bad person, and claimed everything had been Jason's own doing. Jason shook his head in disbelief and turned off the recording with trembling hands. Then he grabbed his phone and immediately tried calling Ryan. Impossible. Ryan would never say something like that. We're brothers. We're the closest brothers in the world. Someone must be framing him. I need to ask him myself. The call connected quickly. Bayan's clear voice, obviously cheerful, came through. "Hey Jason, what's up now?" The words Jason wanted to say suddenly got stuck in his throat, so he could only approach the subject indirectly. "Did you just go talk to Ethan? What did he say?" Ryan froze. He'd been so happy earlier that he'd almost forgotten about that. "I'll go talk to him later. You know, the college entrance exam is coming up, and the teacher's assigned a ton of homework. I want to finish my homework first before I go find him. My family's already bankrupt. And you're still not taking this seriously. Ryan, are you still my best friend?" Jason hadn't expected him to remain so calm, and his voice immediately became emotional. Ryan frowned in displeasure when he heard the accusation. The good mood he'd been in after convincing me to drop the public apology vanished instantly. He'd always looked down on Jason somewhat, and had never truly considered him a close friend. After all, Ryan was the Bennett, family's eldest young master, and would inherit Bennett Group in the future. He was someone destined to stand at the top of the pyramid. How could someone like Jason, the son of some second-rate, nouveau riche family, compare with him? They had never been on the same level to begin with. Ryan's tone couldn't help carrying a hint of sarcasm. Jason, how can you say something like that? That really hurts me. I will help you. But the college entrance exam is coming up, and as students, our studies should still come first. How about this? After the exam is over, I'll go ask Ethan what happened, and then talk to Olivia, and ask her to help your family, okay? Jason's chest heaved with anger, and he struggled to stay rational. No, we can't wait. The exam is still more than a month away. Our family can't last that long. Ryan didn't care about the urgency in Jason's voice at all. Instead, he turned it around on him. Jason, you're being so pushy that it's making me uncomfortable. Since you're in such a hurry, then I guess I can't help you. With that, he hung up. Reed Group was already bankrupt. So Jason had no value to him anymore. Even if they completely fell out, Ryan didn't care. After all, someone as high and mighty as him would never lack followers. On the other end, after Jason was hung up on, he furiously smashed his phone onto the floor. Bang! The screen shattered. He covered his face and crouched on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. How could he do this? I really treated him like my best friend. I did so much for him, and this is how he treats me. Jason's father gently rubbed his son's head. Son, don't cry. Being able to see someone's true colors because of this isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least it means you've grown up a little. But Dad, what am I supposed to do? Ryan won't help us. Does that mean our family is finished? Jason's father narrowed his eyes and glanced down at the phone smashed into pieces. Before saying softly, number, there's still another way. I walked into the classroom yawning. In my previous life when I was an actor, I was either filming night scenes or rushing from one schedule to another, and barely ever had time to rest. I'd finally transmigrated into a novel and become an ordinary person, yet because of the college entrance exam, I still couldn't get a proper night's sleep. That alone would have been fine. I thought I could at least catch up on sleep in the car, but Ryan kept calling me Ethan this and Ethan that, pretending we were deeply devoted brothers. I had no idea where he got all that energy. And then there was Emily, sitting in the car like a giant block of ice. Whenever I wasn't looking at her, she'd stare straight at me, like she was watching a criminal, but whenever I curiously looked back, she'd arrogantly turn her face away, and put on an expression that warned everyone to stay away. In short, the entire ride was torture. I should have listened to Olivia and gotten my own driver. Then at least I wouldn't feel uncomfortable the entire way to school. The moment Jessica saw me arrive, she excitedly rushed over. Boss, you're finally here. I frowned at her with obvious distaste. Can you stop calling me boss? Having a young girl chase after me calling me boss all day felt weird, no matter how I thought about it. But Jessica clearly didn't agree. She stubbornly said, once my boss, always my boss, until I learn your core techniques. I'm not changing my mind. At that moment, I felt the helplessness of trying to reason with a brick wall. The Walker family was supposed to be one of the most powerful families around. Yet their second young miss was this stupid. Couldn't they spare some money to get her checked out? I felt embarrassed just standing next to her. Jessica had absolutely no idea what I was thinking. She glanced behind me, angrily, and, seeing no one there, asked curiously, Boss, isn't anyone from your family coming to today's rally? I walked to my desk, put down my backpack, and nodded, no. Mom and Dad aren't in the country, and Olivia is away on a business trip, so no one's coming. Wait, Jessica was the Walker family's second young miss. Then the person coming to this rally couldn't possibly be. I shot to my feet so quickly that I nearly crashed into Jessica as she was about to sit down. She flinched in fright. Boss, what's wrong? I stared straight at her. Who from your family is coming today? My gaze was so sharp that, for a moment, Jessica was so frightened her hair nearly stood on end. She stammered, no one. Grandpa thinks it's too much trouble, and my sister is way too busy. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the cold sweat finally stopped. Thank God. That had genuinely scared me. I'd only recently told Claire that we'd go our separate ways and stay out of each other's lives. If we met again today, it would be unbelievably awkward. I took a deep breath and sat back down. Good, that's good. Jessica suddenly raised her voice. sounding deeply distressed. Boss, don't tell me you don't know about Kingston High's ridiculous tradition. I frowned. What ridiculous tradition? Boss, you just transferred here, so you probably haven't experienced Kingston High's annual pre-exam rally before. It's basically a motivational event before the college entrance exam. We don't just take an oath. They also invite so-called experts to give emotional speeches. And apparently, we have to hug our parents too, if your parents aren't here. The principal personally sends you on stage to hug one of those experts. It's painfully awkward. My hand froze while reaching for my book. I'd never attended high school in my previous life, so I'd assumed a high school pre-exam rally was just about pledging oaths and hyping everyone up. I hadn't expected there to be this kind of self-indulgent emotional segment, so those of us whose parents didn't come would all have to line up on stage and hug some random expert. The expert would hold a microphone and passionately tell some tear-jerking story, while we'd stand there crying our eyes out, waiting in line to go up and hug them, with thousands of parents and students watching and applauding below. Just imagining that scene made my back tingle. If I'd known, I would have paid $50 to hire an extra to pretend to be my parent. So what, do we really have to go on stage? I asked. Jessica pressed her lips together. It's not like there's absolutely no solution. When the time comes, the two of us can just improvise and pretend to be each other's parents for the hug. Wouldn't that get us through it? I shot her an icy glare, and, Jessica immediately shrank back. I was just suggesting it. Boss, if you don't want to, forget it. Right, boss is terrifying, I ignored her muttering. In my previous life, I'd climbed to a considerable height in the business world, but only I knew how difficult that journey had been. On the surface, everything looked glamorous. But behind it all, I had no one to rely on. Even standing at the top of the business world didn't stop people from trying to trample me. Not to mention the business world was full of hidden schemes, dirty deals, and unfair competition. Too numerous to count. Plenty of business owners and partners had found all kinds of excuses to threaten me, trying to force me into submission. I'd even lost count of how many times someone had drugged me. As a result, my aversion toward the opposite sex grew increasingly severe. At first, even saying a few words to a woman would make me nauseous enough to vomit, and sometimes I couldn't even control the urge to hit someone. Later, after seeing plenty of therapists, I could at least maintain normal social interactions. But if a woman made even slightly intimate physical contact with me, I would still have a physical reaction. If I really had to go on stage and hug some unfamiliar female expert, I might end up throwing her off me on the spot. Thinking about it that way, rather than hugging some stranger, I might as well choose Jessica, someone I already knew, at least if I lost control when the time came. Beating her up would probably be easier to explain than beating up some expert. Fine then. Who said no one from your family was coming? A cool voice interrupted me before I could finish. Jessica and I both froze and looked up. A slender, beautiful girl stood in front of our desks with the light behind her. I froze where I was, not understanding what she meant for a moment. Emily pulled over a chair and sat down right in front of my desk. Is it really that hard to understand? I'm your biological sixth sister. Of course I can attend as your guardian. She even deliberately emphasized the word biological. I froze and asked in confusion, but didn't you say you'd never acknowledge me as your awful little brother again, and that if you ever called me your brother again, you'd be a dog? Jessica had already been sulking because Emily had stolen her chance to help me, but the moment she heard me say that, she slapped the desk and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, a dog. Ha ha ha. Emily's face instantly turned green with rage. Her fists clenched tightly, as though in the next second, she might punch that laughing face. I only said that because you were bullying Ryan. If you stop bullying him in the future, I'll still treat you as my little brother. Blood ties can't be severed after all. Emily said stiffly. I knew she'd say that. That was basically how this entire novel was written. Wasn't the whole premise that 6 powerful older sisters doted obsessively on the male lead, their innocent White Lotus little brother? Even though I knew that, I still felt inexplicably irritated. Why did that bother me so much? I smiled brightly. Then I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, because I'm still going to bully him in the future. I was sitting by the window when a breeze suddenly drifted in, lifting the thick bangs over my forehead and revealing my smooth forehead. Sunlight passed through the thick lenses of my glasses, making my pitch-black eyes gleam brilliantly. So handsome. It wasn't just Emily. Even Jessica, who had been laughing moments ago, stared blankly at me. Emily recovered first and smacked Jessica on the head, while she was still staring at me in a daze. Then she warned fiercely, "Try staring at him again." Jessica instantly turned her head away and muttered defensively, "Who was staring?" while the tips of her ears turned so red they looked ready to drip blood. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Ryan looked at the empty seat beside him and frowned. Jason hadn't come to school today, thinking about how Jason had called him crying last night, begging him for help, and later hysterically accused him. Ryan couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Could Jason have found out that Ryan had been using him? No, impossible. Jason was all muscle and no brains. Ryan could fool him with a few casual excuses and keep him happy. After thinking about it, Ryan actually regretted some of the harsh things he'd said to Jason last night. Even if Reed Group had gone bankrupt, a fallen giant was still bigger than an ordinary man, and the Reed family could still be useful to him. Besides, other than Jason, who else would act like an idiot and let Ryan order him around after hearing only a few words, even charging forward to fight his battles for him? A pawn like that wasn't easy to find. So when Jason came back, Ryan would just act a little weak and coax him back into line. Jason always fell for that. Just then, a classmate suddenly shouted, "Ryan, isn't that your eldest sister? Did she come to attend the rally with you? Seriously, Ryan, your sister is gorgeous. You're something else. You just said no one from your family was coming. Turns out you were messing with us. Were you afraid we'd stare because your sister's too beautiful?" Ryan froze. But Olivia was here. Wasn't she supposed to be away on a business trip? He followed everyone's gaze and saw a woman in a suit walking along the asphalt road. The L's as narrow waist, tall and elegant, like a runway model. She came into view. Who else could it be but Olivia? And the direction she was walking was toward the school building, not toward Emily's and my Class A, but toward Ryan's classroom. Ryan's eyes instantly lit up, and he eagerly shot to his feet before rushing outside under everyone's envious gazes. Olivia. Olivia clearly hadn't expected to see Ryan and froze. Then her brows furrowed. She had already been reborn for some time. This wasn't the first time she'd seen Ryan since returning, but whenever she remembered how, because of him in their previous life, they had misunderstood me again and again, and made me suffer so much, she simply couldn't bring herself to like him anymore. Although she knew it was only human nature, she still couldn't convince herself to treat him the same as before. The expressionless smile on her face instantly disappeared, and she stopped looking down at him. "What is it?" Her tone was completely businesslike. She rarely came to Kingston High. The last time she'd been here was when she brought me for my entrance assessment. Surely she wasn't heading toward his classroom. Ryan was far too excited to notice the change in her tone. Instead, he looked at her excitedly and stepped forward to cling to her arm like he used to. "Olivia, you're the best. You actually rushed back just for me. Did you work overtime again? You really shouldn't do that. If you were coming, you should have called me first. Our school rally doesn't start for a while. Come wait in my classroom with me first." As he spoke, he tried pulling her toward his classroom, but Olivia didn't move. She simply pulled her arm free with a little force and said coldly, "I have something else to do. I can't attend yours. Chloe is here too. Let Chloe attend with you instead." Chloe, who had been following behind her, had no idea that being the CEO's assistant also included attending school rallies on her behalf. Ryan hadn't expected Olivia to reject him either, and his face instantly turned pale. He stomped his foot and whined. "Olivia," Chloe wiped the sweat from her forehead and stammered, "Ms. Walker, no, Ms. Bennett, this doesn't seem appropriate. Kingston High's rally requires parents and students to hug. It really wouldn't be appropriate for me to participate." A hug. Olivia's eyes, which had been cold as moonlight, instantly lit up at those two words. Ethan would hug her. Coming here really had been the right decision, although she was delighted inside. Her face remained as distant and unapproachable as ever. "If you don't want to go, then don't." Chloe nearly dropped to her knees in gratitude. "Yes, Miss Bennett." Ryan was so aggrieved he nearly burst into tears. He couldn't understand. Hadn't Olivia always spoiled him the most before? Even when he'd casually said he wanted a star, Olivia had bought one without blinking, and even had it named after him. the sister who had treated him that well, now felt like a complete stranger. Seeing Olivia turn to leave, Ryan finally lost control and grabbed her sleeve tightly. "Olivia, don't go." Olivia looked down at the sleeve he was clutching, and her expression, which had just softened, instantly darkened again. The atmosphere around them became tense once more. Just then, a refined, aristocratic voice sounded from behind them, breaking the deadlock. "Miss Bennett, what a coincidence. Did you come to attend the rally with your adopted brother?" Adopted brother Ryan, who had been quietly sniffling, heard those two words, and gritted his teeth viciously. That was his humiliation. He had worked so hard to squeeze his way into the Bennett family, yet in the end he was still only adopted. He refused to accept it, but when he turned around, a pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes, filled with a faint smile, appeared before him, and his resentment instantly vanished. Ms. Walker, when Olivia saw Claire, she raised an eyebrow. "Ms. Walker, what a coincidence indeed. I assume you're here to attend the rally with your sister." Claire wasn't wearing a suit today. Instead, she wore a casual black trench coat over a white shirt, jockeson, which somehow made her look several years younger. "I'm here to attend the rally with my fiancé." She faced Olivia, radiating an elegant yet overpowering presence, like a queen standing above everyone else. Olivia was no less imposing, and stared straight back at her. Her tone carried obvious mockery. "Really? I didn't know you had a fiancé, Miss Walker." Claire smiled and looked at her. "That's not right. I already told you at the banquet before. Surely you haven't forgotten." Olivia's gaze turned icy, as though she might attack at any second. "Claire Walker, you can mess with anyone you want, but Ethan is the one person you are not allowed to touch." Claire paid no attention to her threat at all, and replied with absolute certainty, "Is that so? Haha, what are you pretending to be such a loving sister for?" Claire had already had someone investigate the Bennett family, and discovered that after I was brought back, my life there hadn't been good at all. I was excluded at every turn. My sisters didn't care about me, and even my parents barely showed me affection. Even the private investigator had said the Bennett family was strange. They ignored their biological son, yet treated an adopted child like the most precious treasure in the world. If the Bennett family wouldn't cherish me, then the Walker family would. The Walker family had far more to offer than the Bennetts ever could. Two equally tall and striking women, both carrying powerful auras, refused to yield an inch. Their overwhelming presence made it almost hard to breathe. The instant their gazes clashed, the air around them seemed to freeze. Class A wasn't far from there, and since I sat by the window, I naturally noticed Olivia standing not far away, with Ryan. I watched Olivia walk straight toward Ryan's classroom, while Ryan came out with a delighted expression and wrapped his arm around hers. Dan, seeing that, I'd be lying if I said it didn't sting. After all, when I'd arrived in this unfamiliar world, Olivia had been the first person to treat me well. Yet now, she was ignoring me and choosing someone else. But when I thought about it carefully, there wasn't really anything to be upset about. According to the original plot, they truly did adore Ryan. So coming here to support him made perfect sense. Just as I was about to turn away and pretend I hadn't seen anything, another tall figure walked over. The moment I recognized who it was, my brows furrowed, and the disgust on my face was impossible to hide. "Didn't you say your sister wasn't coming? Why did she suddenly show up?" Jessica froze, and followed my gaze toward the cold, elegant figure outside the window. She looked completely confused. "That shouldn't be possible. I never even told her about the rally. My sister shouldn't know about it." I frowned and guessed, could someone else have told her? Maybe she came to attend it with you. Jessica shook her head without hesitation. "Impossible. My sister never pays attention to my stuff. I broke my leg playing soccer once, and she didn't find out until a month later. Sometimes I seriously wonder if she's even my real sister." From where I was sitting, I could see Jessica's entire face clearly. I looked at her and thought, she really shouldn't doubt it. The two sisters' profiles were practically identical. "I get it." Jessica's eyes suddenly lit up, and she slapped the desk, before looking at me excitedly. "My sister must have fallen for your adopted brother. So she went over to his classroom to attend the rally with him. But your sister happened to be there too. Now this is perfect. Your future sister-in-law and your eldest sister both want to attend with your adopted brother, so neither one is willing to back down. In a martial arts novel, this would be like Two masters using their ultimate techniques against each other. Whoever backs down first loses. Her analogy was ridiculous, but the main point actually sounded somewhat plausible. According to the protagonist Halo logic of this novel, it really was possible that everyone would end up liking Ryan. Jessica continued, "Didn't my sister want to form a marriage alliance with you before, but you rejected her and gave her a brutal lecture. With how proud she is. There's no way she'd go back to you and humiliate herself again. So she probably switched her target to your adopted brother, as long as she can marry into the Bennett family. She probably doesn't care which one of you it is." Hearing that, I nodded. Her theory wasn't completely impossible, and if that really was the case, getting rid of Claire would actually be pretty convenient. I just needed to find an opportunity to make her remove this ring from my finger. For some reason, I kept feeling like the ring had a mind of its own. Every so often, it would suddenly twitch or shift, as though it could react to my emotions. And there it went again. I felt the ring move on my finger. This time, the movement was even stronger, like a sulking child, angry that I wanted to send it away. I raised my hand and looked at it, but it was still completely ordinary. Without even much shine, I rubbed my forehead. I clearly hadn't been getting enough rest lately. I was actually sitting here wondering whether an inanimate ring had feelings. Just then, from the corner of my eye, I noticed a slender figure in the hallway outside. The instant I recognized her, I shot to my feet so violently that I knocked my chair over. With a loud crash, "Hannah," my voice was filled with surprise and excitement, carrying the unrestrained joy of a teenage boy, like a triumphant marching song. Before anyone could react, I had already rushed outside excitedly and thrown my arms around her, smiling so widely that my eyes narrowed into crescents. It was Hannah Parker's first time visiting Kingston High. She had asked the security guard at the entrance and learned the general location of the senior classrooms. But the school had far too many buildings and classrooms, so even knowing the direction didn't make it easy to find. Just as she was about to stop a student and asked for the exact location, a tall figure suddenly rushed straight into her arms with all the energy of a teenage boy. She frowned, instinctively thinking someone was trying to pull a scam, and was just about to push me away when she looked down and met my familiar eyes, filled with an unmistakable smile. Wasn't this the person she'd missed every single day while overseas? "Hannah, you're back. Didn't you say you couldn't return until the end of the year?" My face was flushed with excitement as I hugged her and refused to let go. Hannah smiled and affectionately patted my head before saying, "I originally planned to come back after finishing my project, but your college entrance exam is coming up, isn't it? So I came home early. I went to your old school first, and only then found out you'd transferred, and even gotten into Kingston High. I knew it. My little brother has always been amazing." I chuckled, my face filled with instinctive dependence on her. Hannah Parker was the daughter of the family that had adopted the original Ethan. Although the Parker family wasn't as wealthy as the Bennetts, they were still comfortably middle class, and had always treated me with tremendous love, giving me almost anything I asked for. Mrs. Parker had always wanted a son, but because of health problems, she couldn't have another child. So she went to an orphanage planning to adopt a little boy. By coincidence, I had just been sent there at the time, and through a strange twist of fate, Mrs. Parker decided to adopt me in the Parker household. Whether it was Mr. Parker, Mrs. Parker, or Hannah, they all spoiled me endlessly. What none of them expected was that the little boy they had adopted was actually the Bennett family's long-lost biological son. When they learned the truth, Mrs. Parker cried until her eyes were swollen nearly shut. But the Bennett family was too powerful, and no matter how unwilling they were to let me go, they had no choice but to allow me to return to my biological family. Actually, when I'd suddenly stood up earlier and instinctively thrown my arms around Hannah, it had all been caused by the emotions the original Ethan had left behind inside this body. But after I absent-mindedly followed those instincts and became physically close to her, I froze completely. I wasn't experiencing even the slightest physical aversion toward a woman, Bryce, at all. Instead, deep down, I felt strangely calm and at peace. Was it because I knew the person in front of me genuinely cared about me, and that was why my body didn't react? Or had switching souls into this body somehow cured the problem I'd had before? "Ethan, what's wrong?" Hannah called my name several times, and when I still didn't respond, she raised her voice. Ethan, what are you thinking about? I'm talking to you, and you're still spacing out. I blinked, and finally pulled back from Hannah's embrace. Before chuckling, it's nothing. I was just too excited when I suddenly saw you. Come on, Hannah. Let's go to my classroom first. The instant they heard me excitedly shout Hannah, Olivia, who was still being pestered by Ryan and Claire, both instinctively thought I was calling out to them. Their expressions immediately brightened as they prepared to respond, but when they turned around, they saw me sprint like an agile young panther, straight into the arms of an unfamiliar woman. Standing not far away, Olivia and Claire witnessed the entire scene, and both felt as though they were about to explode with anger. Who was that woman? Why was she hugging him? Olivia gritted her teeth so hard they nearly cracked. An icy, bone-chilling aura erupted around her, and her gaze became frighteningly sharp. She immediately forgot about Ryan and Claire behind her, and strode quickly toward me. Claire's expression became equally ugly, her brows twisting tightly together. Her face was so dark, it looked as though she might erupt at any second. Like an enraged lioness, she strode after Olivia on her long legs. Olivia, Ms. Walker, Ryan tried to call after them, but the two tall women completely ignored his voice. Neither one even looked back, as they hurried farther and farther away, leaving him behind to stomp his feet in frustration, with absolutely nothing he could do. Meanwhile, inside Class A, Jessica and Emily, who sat near me, were both staring in complete confusion as they watched me run outside, and then return holding an unfamiliar woman's hand. With a face full of joy, the woman had a stunning figure, with delicate, beautiful features. Her fair, radiant face carried an unmistakably friendly warmth. Even after only one glance, she gave people the comforting feeling of a spring breeze. Both girls' expressions instantly darkened. Jessica especially couldn't hold it in. The longer she looked, the angrier she became, and the more irritated she felt. Even her tone turned sulky. Boss, who is she? She actually got to hug Boss. Jessica had never even gotten that chance. She knew everyone in the Bennett family. So this woman definitely wasn't one of them. She looks weird. No matter how I look at her, she doesn't seem like a good person. I had Hannah sit in my seat and thoughtfully pulled the desk forward a little so she could sit more comfortably. The moment Emily saw me do that, she got so angry her hair practically stood on end. When she'd come over earlier, I hadn't treated her this way. She'd even had to move her own chair. Once everything was settled, I finally introduced her. This is my sister. Hannah looked at Jessica's suddenly angry expression, while I was completely confused. Hadn't this girl been perfectly fine just moments ago? Why had she suddenly started acting so sarcastic and hostile? I made up my mind. If this girl dared disrespect my sister, I'd twist her head off and give it to Hannah to use as a soccer ball. Jessica froze when she heard the name. Why did Hannah Parker sound so familiar? Wait, wasn't she the daughter of Boss's adoptive parents? The moment Jessica figured it out, her expression changed by a full 100 degrees. She immediately uncrossed her legs. So you're Hannah. I knew someone this beautiful had to be special. Boss talks about you all the time. This girl really knew how to change her tune depending on who she was talking to. She could sweet-talk anyone when she wanted to. When had I ever talked to her about Hannah? Emily's expression didn't improve at all. Instead, after hearing that Hannah was my sister, he became even colder. Hannah naturally noticed the change in both girls' attitudes. She curled her lips into a smile, her narrowed eyes full of friendliness. On Ethan's behalf, thank you both for looking after him. Jessica hurriedly waved her hands, flattered. Hannah, you're being way too polite. Taking care of Boss, no. Taking care of my deskmate is only natural. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one's gonna bully him. Hannah smiled. All right. Emily, standing nearby, watched the two of them, talking back and forth, as though they were already close, and finally couldn't hold herself back anymore. She sneered. Fake. I instantly frowned and glared at her. Shut up. I'd started changing my opinion of her earlier, because she'd testified for me. But I hadn't expected her to turn back into that arrogant young miss again. She was actually mocking my sister right in front of me. Who gave her the nerve? A leopard really couldn't change its spots. Hannah didn't take it personally. Instead, she raised a hand and stopped me before I could start a fight. Ethan, don't be impulsive. Like a cat whose fur had just been smoothed down. I instantly retracted the claws I'd been ready to bear. Hannah curled her lips and looked at Emily, who was glaring at her with hostility, before smiling softly. You must be Miss Emily Bennett, Ethan's sixth sister. The words sixth sister hit Emily right where it mattered, and her expression softened slightly, though her mouth remained unforgiving. Seeing her like that, my irritation immediately flared back up. I angrily tugged on Hannah's sleeve and said, Hannah, ignore her. She's not my sixth sister. Including you, I have exactly 6 sisters. Emily's face turned green with anger, while my mood immediately improved. What? Did I say something wrong? Didn't someone say that if she ever acknowledged me as her little brother again, she'd be a dog? Emily was left red-faced and speechless, her teeth grinding loudly. Why was this guy so petty? Sure, she'd said that, but she'd only said it in anger. Could angry words really count? Besides, she'd lowered herself several times these past few days, trying to make up for what she'd done wrong. Yet I not only failed to notice, I was now deliberately using a woman with no blood relation to me to provoke my biological sister. When Hannah heard what I said, the friendly smile on her face briefly flickered with something unreadable, but she quickly hid it. Just then, the previously calm classroom suddenly erupted into excitement. Holy crap, look, more gorgeous women. We're seriously blessed today. 1, 2, 3 beauties keep showing up in our class. Whose parents are those now? Are you blind, even if you don't read financial newspapers? You should at least watch the news. That's the CEO of Bennett Group, and the CEO of Walker Group, Bennett Group and Walker Group. Then they must be here for Emily and Jessica. Probably listening to the excited chatter around me. I looked up, and sure enough, saw 2 figures walking into the classroom one after the other. They were Olivia and Claire. The moment they entered, they headed straight toward my desk with obvious purpose. When they clearly saw Hannah sitting in my seat, their already cold expressions darkened another degree. Olivia spoke first. She extended a hand toward Hannah and said in a formally polite tone, Hello, you must be Miss Parker. Thank you for taking care of Ethan all these years. I really should thank you in person. But since I'm here to attend Ethan's rally today, I'm afraid I'll only have time after the event is over. Her words might as well have openly declared that Hannah was an outsider, while Ethan belonged to the Bennett family. Hannah didn't look intimidated by the pressure at all. She calmly reached out and shook Olivia's hand. There's no need. Ethan is my little brother. It's only natural for an older sister to take care of her younger brother. I heard you're extremely busy, Miss Bennett, and that you adore Ryan. So let me attend the rally with Ethan. You can attend with your own little brother instead. If I hadn't been standing right there, Olivia probably would have rolled up her sleeves and started fighting. Hannah looked gentle and friendly, but her words didn't hold back in the slightest. She was clearly implying that Olivia favored Ryan and didn't care about Ethan, and that she'd come here specifically to stand up for me. Olivia was so angry she practically wanted to claw at the walls. She admitted that before being reborn, she'd been an idiot, mistaking trash for treasure. But now, she was wholeheartedly trying to make things right. Couldn't Hannah at least give her a chance to redeem herself? Yet, Olivia couldn't even argue back, because what Hannah said was, unfortunately, true. Damn it, how could she avoid making Ethan angry, while also throwing this fake sister out of the classroom? I naturally noticed the unusual tension between the 2 women, but they worked in completely different industries. So logically, there shouldn't have been any competitive relationship between them. Why did it feel like gunpowder was filling the air? I blinked and tried to break the tension. Olivia, you came today to attend Ryan's rally, right? Why don't you go over there? You don't need to come all the way over here just to say hello. Hannah can attend mine with me. Although, when I'd seen Olivia head straight toward Ryan's classroom earlier to find him, I had genuinely felt a little hurt. But now I had Hannah, and a person couldn't be too greedy. Olivia's expression tightened, as though she were forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart. Only after a long pause did she say, No, I came here for you. Even though Ryan and Emily had both attended Kingston High before, Olivia had rarely paid attention to anything beyond their basic food, clothing, and daily needs. She certainly never cared about things like school-organized pre-exam rallies, But ever since Ethan came here, he had been following Kingston High's news almost every day. She'd even worried about the school's security and forcibly stationed 7 or 8 retired servicemen outside Kingston High to secretly protect him. This time she'd learned about the rally in advance and forced herself to compress an entire week's workload into 3 days, just so she could rush back in time to attend, only to discover that someone else had beaten her to it. How could she not be furious? I froze when I heard her, You came for me. But I'd clearly just seen Olivia go over to Ryan. Could I have misunderstood? Ignoring my stunned expression, Olivia took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge to drag Hannah out of the chair. Forget it. She couldn't make Ethan angry. She lowered her gaze and looked around until her eyes landed on Emily, who had also dragged over a chair and was sitting beside my desk. Olivia frowned. What are you doing sitting here? Emily replied expressionlessly. I'm here to attend your rally. Get up and go back to your own seat. A student should act like a student. Since when does one student attend a rally as another student's guardian? Olivia scolded. But Emily remained seated without moving an inch. No, I'm sitting here. Her determination made it look like she was swearing some solemn oath. I'm his sister too, his biological 6th sister, and I got here first. So, why should I leave? Even if we're going by first come, first served, it shouldn't be me. Olivia narrowed her eyes. She didn't want to put me in an awkward position, but she didn't want to leave either. Yes, she reached behind her and dragged over another chair, forcing it into the space beside Emily. She stretched out her long legs and sat down firmly. Ethan is the Bennett family's son, and my biological little brother. If other people saw that I came here but wasn't attending his rally, they'd start gossiping again. The space around my desk had already been cramped, and with Olivia sitting down, she took up nearly half of what remained, making it even more crowded. Emily's face instantly darkened. Olivia was seriously childish. She could even say something that ridiculous with a straight face. Hannah watched the scene with the same gentle smile, although deep in her eyes, something unreadable flickered several times. The atmosphere fell into a strange, oppressive silence. Even I, standing behind them without understanding what was going on, could tell something felt wrong. I rubbed my arms, which had suddenly gone a little cold, and looked at the 3 older sisters gathered around my desk, before sighing helplessly. Apparently, having too many sisters could be a problem too. Numbing was the only person completely unaffected by the atmosphere. At that moment, she was practically circling, her sister Claire like an eager puppy wagging its tail, showering her with endless flattery. Claire, how did you find time to come see me? You're even attending my rally. Did you finally realize your little sister is amazing too? Hehe, you don't have to be embarrassed. A little sister as outstanding as me is unbeatable anywhere. Oh, Claire, do you want to see my exam paper? I absolutely crushed it, Claire glanced from the corner of her eye at the mop near the back door. For one brief moment, she genuinely wanted to shove it into Jessica's mouth. Everyone else in the family was calm and capable like a border collie. She had no idea what had gone wrong with the genetics for a purebred husky to somehow get mixed in. If Claire hadn't personally raised this girl, she would have suspected someone had switched babies at birth. She finally couldn't take it anymore. Claire rubbed her temples, which were throbbing from all the noise, and snapped, "Shut up." The person who had been enthusiastically wagging her imaginary tail immediately behaved, looking deeply aggrieved. Claire sat down in Jessica's seat, and from there she could conveniently see my desk. The books inside were arranged neatly, and she could vaguely see the folded test papers, covered in my strong, confident handwriting. There was also a simple cup sitting on the desktop. The entire space felt clean and organized. Claire lightly rubbed her fingertips together, and her previously gloomy mood began improving simply from looking at a few things that belonged to me. A faint happiness crept into her expression. What a coincidence. Jessica was actually deskmates with her little fiancé. Could this be heaven itself, creating opportunities for them to stay close? The thought made the corner of Claire's lips rise involuntarily. She needed to hurry up and find a way around those 3 annoying obstacles, and lure her little fiancé back to her house. Perhaps, sensing where Claire was looking, Hannah subtly shifted sideways, perfectly blocking her line of sight. Claire didn't look embarrassed at all after being caught. Instead, she openly lifted her gaze to meet Hannah's, Miss Parker, I've heard a lot about you. When Claire had investigated my situation within the Bennett family, the private investigator had also looked into my previous life with the Parker family. So naturally, Claire knew the Parkers had treated me very well. In fact, they'd practically raised me as their own biological son. There was a saying that if you love someone, you also loved those they cared about. So Claire had a fairly good impression of the Parker family. But that applied only to Mr. and Mrs. Parker. As for Hannah, standing in front of her, the longer Claire looked, the more irritating she became. Hannah heard Claire's greeting, but her expression didn't change. She remained as gentle as ever. "Hello, Ms. Walker." Claire lazily crossed her long legs, her naturally aristocratic aura unmistakable. Her lips parted slightly, Miss Parker. "We're practically family, so there's no need to be so formal." The smile on Hannah's lips stiffened for an instant. "Ms. Walker, you really like joking." Claire replied calmly, "I'm not joking. Ethan is my fiancé, so according to seniority, I really should follow Ethan's lead and call you Hannah. It's just that since this is our first meeting, I was afraid calling you that would scare you. But we have plenty of time ahead of us, so there's no need to rush." The moment she said that, the already frozen atmosphere dropped several more degrees. I was the first to react. My eyes widened in complete disbelief. She actually dared say that in front of so many people. Without thinking, I grabbed the book on my desk and hurled it straight at her. "What the hell are you talking about?" Claire raised her hand and caught the book flying toward her with ease. Not only was she not angry, she even smiled indulgently and replied in a half-coaxing, half-teasing tone, "Fine, I'll listen to you. If you don't want me to say it, then I won't." I was so angry I wanted to slap her. What kind of tone was that? What did she mean by she'd listen to me? What did she mean by she wouldn't say it if I didn't want her to? Why did it sound more and more like I was embarrassed? Because we were flirting in public. After glaring viciously at Claire, I hurriedly turned to Hannah and explained, "Hannah, don't listen to her nonsense. There is absolutely nothing between us. If you really insist on saying we have some kind of relationship, then she's my enemy." I practically gritted my teeth through those final words. I seriously didn't understand why domineering female CEOs these days had switched to this shamelessly persistent style. Weren't they supposed to threaten something like, "If you don't marry me, I'll threaten all your distant relatives and ruin their lives, then blacklist you everywhere so you can never find a job again"? If Claire had gone with that second approach, things would have been easy. I'd beat her until even her own mother couldn't recognize her, and use my fists to teach her how to behave. But with this first approach, I genuinely had no idea what to do. There really was truth to the saying that even a good man fears a persistent woman. Hannah smiled gently, and when she looked at me, the shadow in her eyes had already disappeared. "I believe you, Ethan." I instantly smiled so brightly that my eyes curved. Olivia, watching from the side, felt as though her entire chest had filled with sour jealousy. For the first time in her life, she finally understood what jealousy tasted like. She pressed her lips together and ultimately swallowed the words she'd been about to say when the principal came over with a flattering smile. This was the scene of powerful figures confronting one another that greeted him. His short, chubby body couldn't help trembling. Although Kingston High had always been uncompromising when it came to entrance exam, score requirements, whether someone was the child of a high-ranking official or a billionaire. If they didn't meet the cutoff, the school refused admission. But rather than saying Kingston High was fearless, it was more accurate to say these powerful families respected the school. Otherwise, if even one of them truly decided to throw their weight around, Kingston High would have been crushed long ago. So the principal knew his place. When powerful people gave him respect, he needed to accept it wisely and not become arrogant. That was why the moment he heard Ms. Walker and Ms. Bennett had both arrived today, he hadn't even stopped to drink water. Before rushing over to personally receive them, Ms. Walker, "Ms. Bennett, forgive me for not coming to welcome you sooner," the principal smiled so broadly his face was covered in wrinkles. But Olivia and Claire were both completely focused on me and barely reacted at all. Neither woman could even be bothered to shake his hand. The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead, with no idea what had put these two powerful women in such moods, so he could only continue on his own. "Ms. Walker, Ms. Bennett, the rally is scheduled to be held together on the athletic field. But the weather is rather hot today, If either of you feels that isn't appropriate, I can immediately move the event indoors and hold it over the school broadcast system. What do you think? Only then did Olivia and Claire finally react. Although it wasn't midsummer yet, the temperature near noon was still intense, especially on an athletic field with absolutely no shade. They themselves didn't care, but if Ethan got overheated, Olivia considered it for a moment, before saying, "Then move it indoors." The principal immediately replied, "I'll adjust the schedule right away." "Principal, wait." A clear voice suddenly rang out. I frowned and looked at Olivia. "Olivia! Let's keep it on the athletic field. I don't want it moved indoors. If we move it indoors, wouldn't that make things too easy for Ryan and Jason?" I was still waiting to enjoy their public humiliation. The moment Olivia heard me call her Olivia so sweetly, Olivia practically lost herself the moment she heard me call her that. The icy aura surrounding her vanished without a trace. Even the corners of her cool lips couldn't help curling upward. And when she looked at Hannah, there was even a hint of smugness in her eyes. "Then we'll do as Ethan says. See, my little brother still calls me Olivia so sweetly." Forget holding the rally on the athletic field. Even if Ethan wanted to hold it on the moon right now, I'd be willing to call the space agency for him. The principal froze for a moment before instantly reacting, and hurriedly smiled. "Then we'll stick to the original schedule. The rally begins at 9:30. Please remember to enter on time." The corner of my lips lifted slightly, and my bright eyes behind the lenses sparkled with excitement. If Ryan found out I hadn't actually asked anyone to excuse him, would he faint from anger on the spot, or would he somehow have another miraculous trick to get out of it? And if he saw Olivia, his biggest shield in the Bennett family, standing on the athletic field watching him apologize, would he burst into tears on the spot? Damn, the more I thought about it, the more excited I became. I was already dying to see his reaction at that moment. The excitement on my face was completely undisguised, and clearly reflected in Claire's eyes as she watched me. Her delicate brows lifted slightly, and in the end, she couldn't hold back an indulgent smile. Although she had no idea what I was plotting, judging by how excited I looked, there was probably going to be a good show on the athletic field. "Hey, look at those three women. They're gorgeous. They look like they stepped straight out of a comic." Exactly. Are they celebrities? They're tall and beautiful. Dude, could they be models? Who's that country-looking kid standing beside them? He looks so outdated. Who still wears bangs like that these days? The rally was attended by the entire school, so the freshmen and sophomores had gathered too. And, with the parents added in, the athletic field was almost completely packed. Among such a huge crowd, Olivia, Claire, and Hannah stood out like cranes among chickens. Even without doing anything, their stunning appearances alone made them the center of attention. The three of them stood neatly in front of me, casting my entire body in shadow and blocking the blazing sun overhead. I didn't care about the whispers around me or the sharp looks people kept throwing my way. I stood there openly and calmly, completely unaffected. These gazes didn't even amount to 1/10 of what I'd endured in my previous life, though I wasn't sure if it was my imagination. The speeches at this year's rally seemed unusually fast, whether it was the school administrators or the disciplinary director. Everyone seemed to be trembling as they rushed through their parts. Next, before we move on to the third segment, the student representative speech, we will first invite 2 students who violated school rules to come on stage and give a public apology and self-criticism. The reason is that these 2 students, without understanding the full situation, slandered and defamed Ethan Bennett, a senior student at our school. The nature of the misconduct was serious. In order to uphold school rules and discipline and educate the students involved, the school administration has decided that both students must apologize and reflect under the national flag as a warning to others. We hope all students will learn from this. Follow school rules. Study diligently. Maintain unity with their classmates, and become disciplined, responsible students. The show was finally starting. Ryan clenched his fists viciously, unable to hide the resentment and hatred in his eyes. He hadn't expected me to pull something like this on him. Yesterday, I'd clearly promised that I would explain things to the teacher today and get him out of making the public apology. But just now, the teacher had told him that no one had spoken up for him at all. He still had to go on stage and apologize. Otherwise, it would be treated as a disciplinary violation and delay his graduation. And Olivia was here today. Wasn't this basically a public slap in his face? Ethan Bennett had definitely done this on purpose. Just as Ryan was grinding his teeth in fury, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Jason, why are you only getting here now? I've been waiting for you forever. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he hurried over, continuing in an aggrieved tone. Seriously, I don't know what's wrong with Ethan. He clearly promised he'd ask them to excuse us. But then he went back on his word. It's infuriating. Jason acted as though he hadn't heard him and simply walked around him to the back of the line. Ryan froze. What was wrong with Jason? He seemed different, with his usual temper. If Ryan had said something like this before, Jason would have immediately blown up and gone after me. So why was he so quiet today? Ryan couldn't help following him and standing beside him, putting on a fake look of concern. Jason, what's wrong? Are you feeling sick? If you're not feeling well, tell the teacher. And go back to the classroom first. I'll go up and apologize for you later. Jason nearly laughed when he heard that. Apologize for him. More like, go up there and dump all the blame on Jason. He really had been blind before. Such obvious little schemes. And yet, he hadn't noticed a thing. He'd acted like an idiot, happily rushing forward to take the bullets for someone else. Thinking of that, he raised his head expressionlessly and looked at Ryan. His tone icy. Ryan, let me ask you, are we best friends? Ryan froze under his gaze, not understanding what he meant, but still hurriedly nodded. Of course, we're best friends. Jason curled his lips, his expression full of mockery. Then do you know my family went bankrupt because of you? Ryan's expression changed when he heard that. He'd been so preoccupied just now with figuring out how to escape the apology that he'd forgotten Jason had indeed called him last night and said his family had gone bankrupt. No wonder Jason had seemed so strange ever since he arrived. His entire face was filled with exhaustion and despair. But what did the Reed family's bankruptcy have to do with him? Class, I know something terrible happened to your family, and of course, you're in a bad mood. I understand that. I already told you that after the college entrance exam, I'll go ask Olivia for help, and she'll definitely let your family off. Are you really going to get angry at me over something like this? Then I'm honestly disappointed in you. Listening to Ryan defend himself, Jason found it utterly ridiculous. Even now, Ryan's first reaction was still to turn the blame back on him. So what exactly had Jason still been hoping for? Still, seeing Ryan act like this was almost funny, and Jason finally couldn't stop himself from laughing. Ryan, don't tell me you think Reed Group went bankrupt. Because Olivia did it. Reed Group may not be as powerful as Bennett Group, but our foundation is still solid. Bennett Group alone couldn't destroy us. Overnight, the force that targeted the Reed family and stood up for Ethan came from an even more powerful, top-tier family, and when I arrived just now, I saw Olivia. It's hilarious. You always brag that you're the family's favorite, the blessed prince everyone adores. But why did I see her standing beside Ethan instead? Bass Pid, and it wasn't just Olivia. The Walker family head was standing beside him too, along with Jessica Walker. And your sixth sister. Ha ha ha, Ryan, you're honestly pathetic. Ethan didn't even have to do anything, and he already has more than you. Ha ha, you're absolutely ridiculous. Jason genuinely found it hilarious. By the end, he was laughing out loud, his voice filled with thick mockery and contempt. He even laughed until tears came out, bending over from how hard he was laughing. Ryan's eyes turned red. Under the sting of Jason's mocking laughter, every word Jason said stabbed straight into one of his deepest wounds. Olivia adores me. Claire is my fiancée. Jessica is my little follower. Even Emily has been slowly accepting me without realizing it. But somehow, everyone seemed to have changed. Ryan's face turned livid, and he clenched his fist so tightly he barely kept himself under control. So what? Your family is bankrupt now. You're not some pampered little prince anymore. But even without Olivia and Emily, I still have my second, third, and fourth sisters who love me. And Ava too. I'm still the Bennett family's favorite. Jason wiped away the tears from laughing and looked at him, his eyes filled with ridicule at Ryan's overconfidence. Ryan, for the sake of the fact that we used to be deskmates, let me give you some advice. You'd better enjoy what you have while it lasts. You can't beat Ethan. The things he doesn't even want are only now becoming precious to you. So what exactly do you have to compete with him? Listening to Jason's mockery, Ryan's expression changed again and again. At that moment, the speakers on stage crackled to life, with a harsh burst of static. Next, before we move on to the third segment, Dal's ALBPLs, which is the student representative speech, we will first invite two students who violated school rules to come on stage and give their apologies and self-criticisms. Jason stopped paying attention to Ryan and confidently raised his head before walking first to stand beneath the national flag. On stage, he said, "I'm Jason Reed from the senior class. Today, I first want to sincerely apologize to Ethan Bennett for falsely accusing you of cheating on the exam. I judged you with my own narrow-minded assumptions. You're genuinely outstanding. Please forgive me for misunderstanding you before." Ryan watched Jason give his self-criticism on stage and couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. At least Jason hadn't exposed the fact that Ryan had secretly encouraged him behind the scenes. That was at least one small mercy in this disaster. Even if Olivia found out Ryan had misunderstood me, he could just go home and cry, then act aggrieved and say Jason had misled him into doing it. Surely Olivia wouldn't think too much of it. Jason seemed to notice Ryan's gaze and suddenly turned his head to meet it. His eyes were icy, filled with absolute hatred and determination. Ryan shuddered. As a bad feeling rose inside him, Jason had been friends with him for so long. Even if Ryan had never sincerely cared about him, he still understood Jason's personality to some extent. Jason cared deeply about his pride. So Ryan probably thought that since Jason hadn't exposed him yet, he was safe. Fine, let him enjoy that relief for a moment, then turn everything around at the last second. That would hurt even more. Jason curled his lips, and his fingers tightened slightly around the microphone. Before continuing, "That's all I have to say regarding my self-criticism, and my apology to Ethan Bennett, but before I step down, there's one more thing I'd like to add. Anyone who knows me should know that Ryan Bennett and I were good friends. At least, I believed we were inseparable, best friends. And to protect that friendship, I did many things. For example, standing up for him, and slandering someone else was one of them. But I never expected that in the end. Everything I did for this so-called best friend was, in his eyes, nothing more than my attempt to climb the social ladder." Then Jason turned his wrist, revealing a silver-white phone in his palm. His fingers quickly unlocked it and pressed a button. After a burst of crackling static, a male voice came through Jason. "I just found my brother's old report card from that small-town school he used to attend. His grades were seriously terrible. He was near the bottom of the class. With grades like that, how do you think he got into Kingston High? Jason, let me tell you something privately. My brother only scored 600 on the entrance test, and yet somehow he still got into Class A. Whether he cheated or not, who knows? Anyway, his grades definitely look suspicious. How could anyone improve that much overnight?" There was some background noise in the recording, and holding the phone near the microphone added a faint electric hiss. But everyone could still clearly hear both the words and the speaker's voice. It was unmistakably Ryan. I stood on the athletic field, watching Jason from a distance as he stood tall, beneath the national flag, and I couldn't help curling my lips into a smile. My eyes behind the lenses showed clear approval. Jason wasn't exactly someone who had suddenly become enlightened. He had simply trusted people too easily, and lacked self-awareness, always letting others lead him around by the nose. That his family had gone bankrupt, he was still willing to stand up so decisively and expose Ryan. That was something I hadn't expected. It seemed he did have a straightforward personality, with clear likes and dislikes. I had to admit, I genuinely liked that kind of directness. The recording wasn't very long, and only took a few minutes to finish. Jason looked out at the sea of people below the stage, and at that moment, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he felt an incredible sense of release. So from the very beginning, the person obsessed with saving face had never really been him. Those words were recorded by classroom surveillance. They were things Ryan had repeatedly said beside me before, although from beginning to end, he never directly said that Ethan cheated. He was clearly guiding the conversation toward that conclusion the entire time. Of course, I was influenced by someone else and made a mistake. So I deserve punishment and don't find it humiliating. The reason I'm playing these recordings for everyone is because I want the school administration to know that I was not the mastermind behind this incident. I can accept punishment, but I will not take the blame for something that wasn't entirely my doing. Ethan Bennett, I hope. You'll be more careful around this good little brother of yours in the future. That's the end of my self-criticism. Thank you. As soon as Jason finished speaking, the whispers below the stage grew louder and louder, and increasingly unpleasant. Ryan, who was waiting off to the side for his turn, had already gone deathly pale and looked completely lost. He never expected Jason to actually go this far. Jason was clearly planning to completely break with him. Jason walked over and handed him the microphone. With a cold smile, your turn. Ryan's entire body was trembling now. Listening to the increasingly loud discussions behind him, he felt as though every voice was talking about him. Their gazes burned into him, and whenever they looked his way, their eyes seemed filled with naked ridicule. He hated this feeling. He was the young master of the Bennett family, a wealthy heir admired by everyone. When had he ever suffered humiliation like this? No, he couldn't just sit there and take it. He had to save himself. Ryan gritted his teeth and took the microphone, furious enough to want to slap Jason. But with so many people watching, he forced himself to endure it, hiding the madness in his eyes. Jason, what's wrong with you? Did something happen to upset you? We're good friends. How could you slander me like this? His voice carried clearly through the still open microphone. Jason looked at that familiar face putting on another fake performance and felt sick to his stomach. How blind had he been to be fooled so completely by such terrible acting? Did Ryan still think Jason was that same idiot who obeyed his every word and could be manipulated with one or two pitiful sentences? Jason looked at him expressionlessly, his voice impatient. Are you going up there or not? If you're not, I don't mind playing the rest of the recordings I have of you. He really wasn't bluffing. There were quite a few more recordings involving Ryan on his phone. He'd only played part of them earlier, because his time on stage was limited, sure enough. Ryan immediately quieted down and stopped pestering Jason, clearly afraid Jason might reveal even more. But just as Ryan was about to step onto the final stair leading up to the stage, his foot suddenly twisted, and he lost his balance, falling straight backward. With a heavy thud, he slammed hard onto the ground. The teacher still sitting on stage jumped in shock, and once they recovered, they hurried over in a panic to check his injuries, while calling an ambulance and notifying the school infirmary. Ryan, Emily, who had been standing beside me, saw him fall before reaching the stage, and immediately cried out, before rushing over without thinking. It was obvious she was genuinely worried about him. The stage wasn't very high, only a little over a meter above the ground, but the surface below was solid concrete. A hard fall like that might not kill someone, but it definitely wouldn't feel good. Standing near the back of the line, I couldn't hold it in anymore, and burst out laughing. Tiska, Ryan really is something, just to avoid apologizing and protect his image. He was actually willing to hurt himself this badly. You've got to admire the commitment. Then I looked up at Olivia, who was still standing calmly beside me, and blinked. Before asking curiously, Olivia, aren't you going to check on Ryan? It sounded like he fell pretty hard. Olivia's expression remained dark, and her tone was indifferent. I'm not a doctor. What would be the point of me going over there? I wouldn't be able to help. Besides, Emily already went. With her there, nothing serious should happen. I thought about it, and that actually made sense. Then Olivia suddenly lowered her head, with a trace of guilt in her eyes. Ethan, are you always bullied like this at school? I didn't react for a moment. Always bullied. Olivia, are you talking about what Jason just said, about Ryan framing me? Olivia nodded. Ethan, I'm sorry. I didn't teach Ryan properly, and I also failed to protect you. I simply curled my lips into a relaxed smile and said, it's okay, Olivia. I didn't take it to heart. Don't overthink it. Ryan's little tricks can't hurt me at all. I was just bored, so I played along with him. Honestly, it's actually pretty entertaining. At least it adds some excitement to my otherwise boring life. But Olivia didn't see it that way. Looking at the smile I used to comfort her, he found it painfully glaring, as though I were comforting her while secretly licking my own wounds. The guilt in her heart deepened even further. Then she remembered my previous life, when I'd lain all alone in that morgue, thin and withered. The pain in her chest nearly suffocated her, Ethan. This time, no matter what happens, I'll protect you properly, no matter what you want, no matter what you want to do. I'll support you unconditionally, as long as you're happy, and safe and healthy. That's enough for me. That sudden, heavy promise left me completely at a loss. Why was she suddenly saying something like this? Besides, based on the timeline, the Bennett family's bankruptcy wasn't that far away. By then, forget getting whatever I wanted. Whether I could even survive would be a problem. Sigh, for a moment. I genuinely didn't know what to say, because Ryan's fall had caused an accident. The school wanted to avoid any negative consequences, so the teachers were all busy checking his injuries. The rally couldn't continue, and had to end early. Claire sighed, lowering her eyes just enough to see my neat short hair. Her voice carried obvious disappointment. Looks like there's no chance to hug today. Her warm breath happened to brush against my ear, making it impossible for me to ignore her. I turned and looked at her. You really want a hug that badly? Claire raised an eyebrow and met my gaze without avoiding it at all. Yes, the moment she finished saying that, before she could even react, a petite figure suddenly threw herself onto her, wrapping both arms around her neck and nuzzling against her, like a clingy little kitten. Claire, I never knew until today that you loved me this much. If you wanted a hug, you should have said so earlier. I'll hug you every day. Do you want kisses too? Ma? Claire had been completely unprepared, and Jessica actually managed to kiss her twice. Claire's face instantly darkened. There had never been a moment when she wanted to get rid of her sister more than right now. Seeing this, I finally couldn't hold it in. I clutched my stomach and laughed so hard I couldn't straighten up. Ahaha, that's what Claire gets for trying to play tricks on me. She really dropped a rock on her own foot. Serves her right. Claire's face was pitch black. She grabbed Jessica by the cheeks and forcibly peeled her off, before mercilessly tossing her onto the athletic field. Her gloomy expression made it look like she still wanted to give the girl 2 shoulder throws for good measure. Sophia. The moment Sophia heard Claire call her, she immediately understood and quickly pulled out a clean handkerchief. Before placing it in Claire's palm, Claire carefully wiped her fingers, then scrubbed her face even harder, especially the places Jessica had kissed. She didn't stop until the skin was red from friction. Then she took off her expensive coat and tossed it to Sophia. Throw this away. That orphanage we talked about before. I think we can put it on the schedule immediately. They gave Jessica, who was still sitting on the athletic field, with an innocent expression, a sympathetic look. Yes, Ms. Walker, I twitched the corner of my mouth. These 2 sisters really did have a love-hate relationship. Just then, a figure suddenly stopped in front of me. It was Jason, who'd only recently stepped down from the stage, compared with his arrogant attitude before. He now seemed much calmer. Maybe he hadn't slept well, because the dark circles under his eyes were obvious, and his face looked somewhat exhausted, yet his eyes were shining brightly, without the slightest trace of gloom. Ethan, thank you. I looked at Jason, who had suddenly appeared, and blinked in confusion. Thank me, Jason nodded. I've never had to worry about food or money since I was little, and from the outside my life looked perfect. But deep down, I knew. I'd never seriously thought about what kind of life I wanted in the future. I always felt helpless and lost whenever I thought about it. Now that my family's gone bankrupt, it feels like there are so many things I suddenly figured out all at once. Even the future that used to confuse me suddenly seems clear. I finally know what I want. And don't misunderstand me. I'm not telling you this because I want your help. I genuinely just want to thank you. After saying that, he slowly exhaled, looking as though a huge weight had finally been lifted from his shoulders. He raised his brows and waved with the energy of a teenager. Ethan, goodbye. I stood where I was and smiled. Goodbye. After the rally ended, students were allowed to go home with their families. I looked up at Hannah beside me, my eyes carrying a dependence I couldn't even control. Hannah, where are you staying now? Because the original Ethan had been brought back to the Bennett family. His adoptive parents had been devastated, so Hannah had taken them overseas to live with her. Their old house here had already been sold. Hannah smiled gently and reached out to pinch my earlobe. Don't worry. I'm staying at a friend's place for now. Once I finish taking care of everything, I'll have plenty of time to spend with you. I nodded reluctantly. All right, I kind of wanted to live with Hannah. Olivia narrowed her eyes as she watched Hannah's hand. Stroke my head. For a moment, she wanted to break that hand. No, not just her hand. She wanted to break every bone in Hannah's body. Just then, the principal came rushing over in a panic. Ms. Bennett, please go check on Ryan. He's refusing treatment right now. He insists he won't cooperate unless you go see him. Could you please? Olivia finally looked away. But the oppressive aura around her remained heavy. The principal's small body trembled. This big shot's expression is terrifying. Could she be angry because our mistake caused Ryan to fall down the stairs? Was she furious? But they were innocent too. He had personally checked those steps earlier, and they were perfectly fine. There wasn't any damage at all. Ryan had simply fallen because he wasn't careful. Surely Miss Bennett wouldn't retaliate against them. Olivia only glanced at him once, before looking back at me. Her voice softened. Ethan, wait here for me. I'll be back soon, I nodded, seeing how obedient I looked. Olivia smiled faintly. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly remembered something. And stopped. He discreetly glanced at Claire and Hannah, who were still standing nearby, then said to Chloe, who was following behind her, Stay here and look after the eldest young master. Nothing can happen to him. Chloe nodded. Yes, Ms. Bennett. I looked at the CEO's assistant who was now following Olivia's orders and staying glued to my side, and couldn't help twitch in the corner of my mouth. Did Olivia seriously think I was a little kid? She even needed someone to babysit me. Hannah looked down at the watch on her wrist. Ethan, I have something to take care of, so I need to leave too. I immediately looked at her reluctantly. Right now. You're leaving this early. We haven't even eaten together yet. In this novel, the people who loved the original Ethan most were the Parker family. So my desire to stay close to her wasn't just some instinct left behind by the original body's emotions. Even I genuinely wanted to be close to this sister. Hannah affectionately stroked my head, her eyes still gentle and smiling. Be good, Ethan. I only just got back to the country, and there's still some things I need to handle. Once I get through this busy period, I'll contact you. And we'll spend a few days together, okay? Hearing that, I could only nod. Okay. Anyway, there wasn't much time left before the college entrance exam, and I needed time to study too. If we tried to go out and have fun now, I wouldn't be able to enjoy it properly. Once Hannah wasn't so busy, and the exam was over. We could spend time together then. Hannah smiled gently, and affectionately stroked the side of my face once more, before finally turning to leave. However, before she left, her gaze swept toward Claire standing nearby, and in an instant, undisguised killing intent erupted from her eyes. Claire raised an eyebrow and fearlessly met her gaze, but Hannah's emotions changed extremely quickly. By the time I tried to search her eyes for anything unusual, she had already looked away and returned to her usual gentle and elegant demeanor, as if that murderous glance just now had been nothing more than my imagination. Watching Hannah's retreating figure, Claire narrowed her eyes. Something was wrong with that woman. The look in her eyes just now hadn't been simple warning or dislike. It had been something deeper and far more terrifying, killing intent. That kind of gaze wasn't something that could be developed overnight, or accidentally revealed once in a while. It was not the kind of look an ordinary person would ever have. So who exactly was she? And why had she approached Ethan, no matter what Hannah was hiding? If Claire ever found out that she had ulterior motives for getting close to me, heck, Claire wouldn't mind turning her into a corpse. At that moment, I had no idea that the woman in front of me was secretly suspicious of my sister. Looking at Claire, who was still standing beside me with no intention of leaving, I frowned and asked, was Jason's family bankruptcy your doing? Claire pulled herself out of her thoughts and lowered her eyes toward me, neither admitting nor denying it. Why do you think it was me? Maybe your sister did it to stand up for you. I had no interest in playing riddles with her, so I explained directly. The only family capable of destroying Reed Group that easily overnight is the Walker family. That's common sense. I don't even need to guess. Actually, at first I really had wondered whether Olivia was behind it, but after thinking carefully I realized it couldn't have been her. After all, the Bennett family's financial strength, heavy-wearing, and manpower aren't strong enough to destroy Reed Group in one strike. Claire suddenly laughed, but it wasn't mocking, nor sarcastic, nor one of her stiff, fake smiles. It was a genuinely delighted smile from the heart. My little hedgehog really is smart. That's right, I did it. I hadn't expected her to admit it immediately, and for a moment, I automatically ignored the words. Little hedgehog, why did you do that? As far as I know, Regroup never had any conflict with your family. Claire curled her lips. How is there no conflict? Regroup's son bullied my fiancé. Doesn't that count as a grudge? I knew I shouldn't have asked. I've already told you before. I'm not your fiancé. You're not allowed to call me that again. If there is a next time. I don't mind using violence to shut you up. I clenched my fists, the anger in my eyes blazing, looking very much like I really intended to silence her with force. Claire raised an eyebrow, looking at the little hedgehog in front of her who had gone on guard again. His puffed-up, angry expression was unbelievably cute, afraid that if she kept teasing him, the little hedgehog really would prick her. She decided not to keep pushing. Instead, she looked at me with a faint smile, and said, since you're not my fiancé, then return the ring on your hand to me. My grandmother gave it to her future grandson-in-law. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to keep wearing it, does it? I raised my hand and looked at the ring, which reflected a milky white glow in the sunlight. I wasn't sure whether it was my imagination, but the ring seemed to tremble again. It wasn't that I didn't want to return it. I'd tried every method I could think of these past few days, and in the end I'd even used pliers, but I still couldn't get it off. It was practically fused to my finger. It really was bizarre. Claire looked at my expression and immediately knew I couldn't remove it. The smile in her eyes deepened. All those days of burning offerings and reciting prayers for Grandma hadn't been wasted. How about this? I'll have one of the Walker family's jewelry designers take a look at it. Although the ring is quite old, the fundamentals of jewelry making haven't changed. A professional jewelry designer should know what to do. I looked at her suspiciously. You're not plotting something again, are you? Claire smiled gently. What could I possibly be plotting? My grandfather likes you so much, and I don't dare force you. Since you've already decided you don't want to be my fiancé, I can't exactly disgrace the Walker family by forcing you, can I? As she finished speaking, she even took a step back. If you have a better method for removing the ring, you can try that instead. I fell silent. What other method did I have? Over the past few days, I'd already tried everything I possibly could. But thinking about it carefully, what Claire said actually made some sense. She couldn't really force me anyway, and she was the lofty CEO of the Walker family, a woman powerful enough to make the country's GDP tremble with a single decision. What kind of handsome man couldn't she get? There was no reason for her to waste so much effort on a high school student like me. Then where do I find those designers? I asked. At my house, Claire replied calmly. What, your house? I stared at her with wide eyes. The little bit of trust I'd just built collapsed instantly after hearing those two words. But Claire remained perfectly calm, her tone completely open and straightforward. The Walker family's jewelry designers are among the best in the industry. They are essential to the entire Walker jewelry business. Professionals handling information that confidential can't just casually appear anywhere they please. Understand? I pressed my lips together. I didn't know anything about jewelry design. The way she explained it made it sound somewhat like an actor's confidentiality agreement. During a production, once filming begins, you aren't allowed to reveal anything about the project. So the audience won't have the story spoiled and the mystery can be preserved. Looking at it that way, I could understand. I raised my head and looked at Claire, my eyes behind the lenses completely emotionless. Fine, I'll go to your house. But if you dare lie to me, I don't mind twisting your head off and using it as a soccer ball. My threat carried the wild arrogance of a teenage boy. Claire felt her heart tremble. Even this little wolf cub with his fur standing on end looked ridiculously handsome. Fine, Claire smiled. You can rest assured. Since I said I wouldn't force you anymore, I'll keep my word. And although the Bennett family isn't as powerful as the Walker family, our grandfathers were still comrades in arms. Even if I wanted to do something, I'd still have to show your grandfather some respect, wouldn't I? Besides, her gaze swept me up and down, with obvious appraisal and teasing. Besides, I misunderstood my own taste before. Now I know for certain that I really don't like bean sprouts. My eyes widened with fury. She did that on purpose. She absolutely did that on purpose. Sure, the original Ethan had been malnourished, and his body was somewhat thin, but the foundation was still there. My slim build wasn't the dry, skeletal kind. It was lean and well-proportioned, and during this period, I had deliberately increased my protein and calorie intake. So my body had already recovered quite a bit. Even if I couldn't compare with those muscle-bound guys on television, I was still the type who looked slim in clothes and muscular without them. How did that somehow become bean sprout in her mouth? Still, this was probably a good thing. Judging by that disdainful look, it seemed she really wasn't obsessed anymore. With me being her fiancé, I turned toward Chloe, who was standing nearby, and said, "When Olivia comes back, tell her I had something to do and went to a classmate's house first. Don't tell her I'm going to the Walker residence." Olivia had already had some friction with the Walker family because of me, and I didn't want her getting into another conflict with Claire and causing unnecessary trouble for the company. As long as I went there today and got this ring removed, I could completely cut ties with this woman and probably never see her again. There was no need to make things uglier. Chloe looked troubled. "But Ms. Bennett told you to wait here for her. If you leave, it'll be hard for me to explain." I insisted. "It's fine. Just tell her what I said. Once I get home, I'll explain it to Olivia myself." But I didn't even give Chloe the chance to finish speaking. I had already turned around and walked away, leaving Chloe standing there, unsure whether to chase me or stay put, completely torn. Sophia finally couldn't bear watching anymore and stepped forward to pat Chloe on the shoulder. "Sister, I understand your pain. Based on my experience, I suggest you do exactly what young Master Bennett told you." Chloe gave a dry laugh. "Are you sure that'll save my life?" Sophia looked up at Claire, who was walking closely beside me, and sighed. "Whether it'll save your life, I don't know. But I can tell you one thing." "Tell me what?" "If you're going to flatter someone, make sure you're flattering the right person." Meanwhile, Hannah had just stepped out of the elevator when a powerful force suddenly dragged her into a room, then the door slammed shut behind her. "You seriously came here like this? No mask, no sunglasses, not even protective clothing." Hannah's head started aching from all the noise, and she shoved Harper away with one slap. "I'm not a celebrity. Why would I wrap myself up like that?" Harper nearly jumped to her feet, her pink hair practically standing on end. "You're not, but I am. What if the paparazzi photograph you coming here? I'm one of the biggest stars in the entertainment industry, okay? My fans are all over the world." Hannah couldn't be bothered arguing with her. She changed into slippers and sat down on the sofa. "Relax. I paid special attention when I came over. There weren't any paparazzi nearby." Only then did Harper calm down. She naturally trusted Hannah's reconnaissance skills. If Hannah said there weren't any, then there definitely weren't. But wait, that wasn't right. I'm this famous, and there aren't even paparazzi camping outside. I refuse to accept that. I'm calling my manager and telling him to arrange a dozen paparazzi to come over and make me look important. Hannah stared at her. What kind of thought process is that? Had Hannah been overseas for too long and somehow lost her understanding of her native language? Or was Harper simply an airhead? The latter seemed far more likely. Hannah rubbed her temples when her eyes happened to fall on the tablet on the sofa. The chat window was filled with dense lines of text. The social media account name was Ava Bennett. Hater alt account number 34. Hannah finally couldn't hold back. "Is this one of your alternate accounts?" Harper answered honestly. "Yeah, I have 208 alternate accounts, all specifically made to trash Ava Bennett. I call them my 108 generals. What do you think? Pretty impressive, right?" The smug look on her face made her look even more like an airhead. Hannah couldn't resist knocking her down a peg. "Fine, make alternate accounts if you want. But why did you label them afterward? Doesn't that just tell everyone they're your accounts?" Harper raised a hand and scratched her pink hair. "But if I don't label them, I'll mix them up when I switch accounts. Then Ava Bennett would get one less hate comment, and that's unacceptable." Hannah was exhausted. There was no helping this woman. This really was the definition of hurting the enemy by 1,000, while hurting yourself by 800. After Harper finally finished making a scene, she suddenly remembered the important matter and carefully leaned toward Hannah. "You went to Kingston High today, right? How was it? Did you see the gate master? Did he blame me for mouthing off that day?" Hannah shook her head. "I didn't see him. How is that possible?" Harper's voice shot up an octave, as she said in disbelief, "Didn't you say you were going to Kingston High today?" I did, but I went because my little brother attends Kingston High. Everything was too rushed. So I didn't have time to look for the gatemaster, since you already said the ring has recognized its owner, and a new gatemaster has appeared. There's no need to rush. Harper rubbed her chin and nodded. That's true. It's not like the gatemaster can run away. Speaking of that, her eyes suddenly lit up. Your little brother goes to Kingston High too. Why don't you ask him to help us find the gatemaster? They're all students, so it should be easier for him than for us. No, Hannah's gaze instantly sharpened, and she refused firmly. My little brother is innocent and kind-hearted. He can't know about something this dark. I'm afraid it would frighten him. What Hannah truly feared was that once Ethan became involved with Ghostgate, his peaceful life of studying hard and the vast future waiting ahead of him would all be dragged into this world, and his future might be ruined. She wanted him to remain carefree and free. Harper clicked her tongue and grinned. I didn't know you were such a bro-con. Why don't you bring him out sometime and let me meet him? Maybe he's even one of my fans. A cold glint flashed through Hannah's eyes, and at some point, a dagger had appeared in her hand. She moved incredibly fast and pressed it against Harper's throat. Don't get any ideas about him. Harper jumped in fright and stared wide-eyed at the dagger against her neck. Are you crazy? I was just saying it casually. But Hannah ignored her explanation, her eyes completely serious. If there's a next time, this dagger will go straight through your heart. Harper yelled. Okay, I got it. Now get this thing off me. Only then did Hannah put away the dagger and turn toward the bedroom beside them. Harper still hadn't recovered. She sat on the sofa, patting her chest and breathing heavily. That woman is insane. Absolutely insane. Thank goodness she didn't scratch my beautiful, delicate face. I followed Claire back to the Walker Villa. Logically, Jessica should have come back with us too. But halfway there, Claire suddenly mentioned, but that today was the recruitment day for FX, a professional esports team. The moment Jessica heard that, she immediately stopped whatever she'd been saying beside me and had all her attention drawn away. Her eyes practically shot out lasers from excitement. As she jumped around demanding to go sign up, she even threatened to jump out of the car and die on the roadside if Claire refused. Claire seemed annoyed by all the noise, and actually agreed. She even had Sophia hail a taxi for Jessica. Only then did Jessica finally calm down, watching the entire sequence. Sophia, sitting in the front passenger seat, couldn't stop the corner of her mouth from twitching. The CEO was so desperate to spend time alone with young Master Bennett that she was actually willing to overlook Miss Jessica pursuing esports and turn a blind eye this time. In the past, Jessica had tried everything just to enter esports. She jumped from buildings, cut her wrists, threatened to hang herself, and even crashed into trees, yet none of it had worked. Who would have thought that today, simply because Claire wanted to be alone with me, she would let Jessica go so easily? For a moment, Sophia actually felt a little sorry for Miss Jessica. How strange. Apparently, a little sister really couldn't compare with a future husband. The moment I followed Claire into the villa, the first thing I saw was 2 perfectly straight rows of people in suits standing in the main hall. It startled me badly. They looked like the mafia. Sophia noticed my expression and hurried over to explain. Young Master Bennett, past. These are the jewelry designers from Walker Group's jewelry division, all 45 of them. 45 people. There was really no need to be this formal. Anyone who knew would understand they were designers. Anyone who didn't might think. They were about to start marching in formation. Claire, on the other hand, remained perfectly calm and led me over to sit on the sofa. She even reminded a nearby servant to bring me a cup of coffee. Only then did she look toward the group in front of us and say, come take a look. Find a way to remove this ring without damaging his skin. The chief jewelry designer, who was also the manager of the entire jewelry design department, stepped forward and carefully examined the ring on my finger. He studied it very closely, and only after a long while did he turn to Claire and report, Ms. Walker, the material of this ring seems unusual. It doesn't appear to be ordinary silver or any common metal alloy. Forcing it off could injure the skin. But if we use tools, we may deform the ring or even damage it severely. This is the first time I've ever seen a ring made from material like this. Please give us a moment. We'll discuss a solution. After saying that, he took out specialized equipment and photographed the ring repeatedly, then measured it with rulers and gauges, carefully recording all kinds of precise data. They spent more than 10 minutes doing this before finally stopping, watching them gather together with the measurements, and begin analyzing everything. I asked uneasily, can they really do this? Maybe it was just my imagination, but they looked strangely mysterious about it. Claire remained completely calm. They're professionals when it comes to jewelry. If they can't even handle this, they can resign. Seeing how certain she was, I nodded skeptically. What? Want to eat while we wait? Claire asked. No, I shook my head. My eyes remained fixed on the designers, who were gathered together discussing the problem. I had absolutely no appetite right now. I just wanted to get this thing off and go home. I still hadn't finished my homework. Claire stopped trying to persuade me and didn't say another word, simply sitting on the sofa and waiting with me. About an hour later, the chief designer walked over with several sheets of A4 paper covered in writing and handed them to Claire. Ms. Walker, this is the data analysis we just completed, based on the ring and young Master Bennett's finger. The results are extremely strange. The ring's inner diameter is clearly too narrow. It isn't large enough for a human finger to have passed through it in the first place. In other words, removing it without injuring his finger is impossible. Claire's brows furrowed, and the pressure around her noticeably dropped. She slapped the papers down onto the table, sending several sheets scattering. I don't need to hear your analysis process. Just tell me the conclusion. And the chief jewelry designer shuddered under Claire's dark, oppressive aura, but he was someone who had seen plenty of high-pressure situations. So he quickly collected himself. Ms. Walker, after our discussion, and comparing all of the data, we've only found two possible solutions. The first is to cut the ring open with specialized tools, and then restore it afterward using professional techniques. No, Claire immediately interrupted. This is the only thing my grandmother left behind. It cannot be damaged in any way. The chief designer nodded and continued. Then there's only the second option. We would have to forcibly remove it. God, that could injure this young master's hand. Fine, Claire's refusal was drowned out by my voice. I continued, that's fine. It doesn't matter if my hand gets injured. I normally write with my right hand anyway, so I don't really need my left. Besides, a small injury should heal pretty quickly. The moment Claire heard me, her expression instantly darkened, and even the surrounding air seemed to grow several degrees colder. Did I really want to cut ties with her that badly? Badly enough that I was willing to hurt myself. The chief designer looked at my determined expression and awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Young master, I think you've misunderstood. The ring's inner diameter is extremely small. It's practically fitted tightly against your finger. If we remove it without damaging the ring, then surgery would be necessary. We'd have to cut away part of your finger. This isn't something as simple as a scrape. My eyes widened, and I nearly stopped breathing. What, cut off my hand? The chief designer nodded. Yes, at the moment, those are the only two options. Which one would you like to preserve? Which one to preserve? Why did that sound like a doctor asking whether to save the mother or the baby? How was I supposed to choose? One was an old woman's only keepsake, and the other was part of my own body. I wanted to keep both. Claire took a deep breath and rubbed her temples. That's enough. You can all leave, for now. The chief designer bowed respectfully. Yes, Ms. Walker. Then he led the entire group out in an orderly procession. In an instant, the enormous living room was left with only 3 people, Claire, me, and Sophia, who had been standing quietly to the side. I looked listlessly at the ring on my finger and experimentally tried pulling it off, but it got stuck at the knuckle and wouldn't budge. Maybe it was my imagination, but the ring somehow seemed even tighter than before, like a sulking child. After trying several times without success, I finally gave up in frustration. Forget it, I'll slowly figure something out later. Then I'll head home, I said as I stood up. My tone slightly weary. Claire didn't stop me, and stood up too. I'll have the driver take you home. I refused. No need, I'll just get a taxi. But just as I put my backpack on and prepared to leave, a violent wind suddenly roared outside, followed by thunder and pouring rain. Lightning flashed across the sky. In less than 10 seconds, I stared at the sky, which had suddenly gone pitch black, and the torrential rain outside. Completely stunned. Could the weather really change this quickly? I remembered that when we'd arrived, the sun had still been out. Claire looked at the downpour outside and suggested, "The rain is too heavy. Why don't you stay here tonight? I'll call Olivia and explain the situation." I narrowed my eyes and gave her a suspicious look. "No need, I can just drive home. I won't get wet. Do you have an umbrella?" "Yes." Claire looked toward a servant. "Go get an umbrella." "Yes." I turned toward the lightning-filled storm outside and pressed my lips together. If I used an umbrella and got straight into the car, it should be fine. But just then, a security guard from outside the villa came rushing in and hurriedly said when he saw Claire, "Miss, I heard there's a typhoon coming. The roads outside have all been closed. We need to move the cars parked near the entrance inside immediately." That made me frown completely. How had the weather suddenly gone this insane? Now there was even a typhoon. I turned toward the woman standing beside me, my clear eyes full of suspicion. Claire met my stare without the slightest hint of panic. Instead, when she noticed my expression, she spread her hands and raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you think I'm so powerful that I can control the weather." Maybe I really was overthinking it. No matter how powerful she was, she couldn't cover the sky with one hand and manipulate the weather. The rain outside kept falling and only grew heavier until it was pouring like someone had overturned the sky, just as the security guard had said. It wasn't long before the storm began raging violently. The entire world suddenly became dark and chaotic, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Sophia immediately read the situation and stepped forward. "It's too dangerous. Young Master Bennett, why don't you stay here for the night? Once the typhoon passes tomorrow morning, I'll personally take you to school. Would that be all right?" Forcing my way out now really wasn't safe. I looked at the pitch-black storm outside and could only nod. The roads are already closed. Even if I wanted to leave, I couldn't. Sorry for the trouble. The moment Sophia heard me agree, she nearly jumped for joy and immediately began flattering me enthusiastically. "Then I'll have a servant take you upstairs right away." I nodded and followed the servant upstairs with my backpack. The moment my figure disappeared, a cold voice sounded nearby, accompanied by the violent wind raging outside the villa, making it sound even more eerie. "Sophia." Sophia swallowed hard, cold sweat beading across her forehead as her legs began trembling uncontrollably. I'm finished. Was I too bold just now? I rushed to take credit and actually persuaded young Master Bennett to stay right in front of the CEO. She's not going to misunderstand, is she? I should have never tried flattering anyone. Double your salary this month. Go tell finance yourself and inform the jewelry design department that they performed well today. Their salaries will be doubled this month too. The surprise came so suddenly that Sophia didn't react for a moment. By the time she recovered, Claire was already walking toward the corner where I had disappeared. Sure enough, flattering the right person could never go wrong. When I entered the bedroom, I nearly went blind, and I meant literally blinded by how flashy it was. The entire doorframe and windows were embedded with sparkling diamonds. The floor was paved with large, solid-colored gemstones, and precious agate hung from the ceiling. Even the decorative paintings were made from multicolored natural pearls. On top of that, every piece of furniture in the room was pink. At first glance, it had an exquisitely tacky kind of luxury. In my previous life, I'd at least been a highly respected award-winning actor, and had seen plenty of expensive things. So one look was enough for me to know that everything in this room, from the tiny diamonds to the huge gemstones, was completely real. I couldn't help myself. Tisk. Rich families really did have ridiculous amounts of money. Even their rooms were decorated this extravagantly. I thought that alone was already excessive. But when I walked around the corner of the room, expecting to find a simple closet, I pushed open the door. And holy crap, a massive walk-in closet of nearly 100 square meters appeared in front of me. From underwear and swim trunks to formal evening wear, it had absolutely everything. Even though I'd seen plenty in my life, I still froze at the sight. Did the Walker family spend this much money on every guest? Weren't they afraid of going bankrupt? Suppressing the urge to pry diamonds out of the walls. I took a deep breath, grabbed a random set of suitable pajamas, and went to wash up. When I came back out, the phone on the table happened to light up. I picked it up and nearly jumped. There was a dense list, almost entirely made up of missed calls from Olivia. along with several messages from Emily. Only then did I remember that I'd completely forgotten to call them back. I quickly called Olivia, and only relaxed after telling her I was safe. But just then, my phone lit up again. It was an unfamiliar number. No, it wasn't exactly unfamiliar. It was the number I'd found earlier, and used to send Ryan's recordings to Jason. It was Jason. He'd sent me a message. "I'm Jason Reed. I suddenly remembered something I should tell you. Earlier, I told Ryan about director Yang DuPont coming to our school to cast a role for a young ballet dancer. He seemed extremely interested. I don't know what he might try to do to you, but I thought I should warn you anyway, so you can be prepared." Ballet dancer role. There did seem to be a scene like this in the original novel. Ryan relied on his solid dance foundation to crush all the other candidates, and immediately caught the famous director Yang's attention, easily winning the role. Later, he even won Best Supporting Actor because of that role, and used it to open the door to the entertainment industry, laying a powerful foundation for his future acting career. Back then, the original Ethan seemed to have